What's up, Lipton? What's up, gang? G'day, mate. We're gonna get sub 50 today. Is the thing. I was true to my word. I watched the rest of the sub 50 video and I learned all the strats for chapter 7 or for 3K. What's up, Angel? What's up, Christian? Hope y'all are having a great day. And I hope you're ready to see some dreams come true. Because for those of you who are not aware, most of you are aware. Anyone who's already here is probably aware. We got the sub 51 yesterday. And that was not a perfect run. Our sum of best segments is now sub 46. So the sub 50 is well within our reach. Yes, today is the day, I believe. As do I, Lipton. I think we can get sub 50 today. How was the vacay? It was glorious. Went to the Windy City, New York City. Had a grand old time. Saw some friends I haven't seen in a few years. And all in all, revitalized, unplugged, and did not touch grass, touch concrete. And put foot to pavement. But it was awesome. Which is even crazier that I came back from a vacay, doing a little D-Rust stream, and we get a PB by 3 minutes. That's insane. That means that I have high hopes of the sub 50 happening today. And I know, guys, I know I plan a lot. I don't mean to plan too much, but I've been thinking more about it. And right now I'm thinking that I want to do a golden stream tomorrow. Because I was just looking at previous streams and kind of reflecting for a second, and it's been a month since a golden stream, and I kind of feel up to the task again of attempting a 3A golden. So I think I might do that tomorrow, especially now that I've learned all the sub 50 strats. So whether or not we get sub 50 today, I'm still going to be practicing, obviously, and getting more consistent at that. But I think stream wise, I would love a golden break. What's up, Beru? Thank you for the hair compliment as always. Hope you're having a great day. So that's my tentative plan. And then obviously, guys, if you haven't yet, go on the Discord and vote in Variety Friday voting. We currently have a poll. Now that I'm back from vacation, we're having a Variety Friday again. Which I'm pretty sure Undertale Yellow is winning in a landslide. So that's probably just going to be the game we play on Friday. But it's still good to vote. If you so choose and if you so want to. But yeah, so that's my tentative plan for the week. I think today we go for sub 50. Tomorrow, quick return to golden, see where we're at, see if I can fluke an Oshiro. And then Friday, we'll have Variety Friday. That is my tentative plan in my head, which sparks joy in my heart and in my life. I wanted to share that with all y'all. Let's hop over to the Discord. I've never played Undertale Yellow, but it's really cool from what I've seen. And I haven't seen much. I voted for it because my friend likes it. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. So I put my faith once more into the community that we have established. I'm sure y'all would not lead me astray. We've enjoyed pretty much every Variety Friday game except Banjo-Kazooie. I even enjoyed Banjo-Kazooie. It's just when I hit the frustrating part of the game, it stopped being fun. But in general, what the fuck? I just clicked the wrong thing, bro. Okay, there we go. We're gonna watch some clips. Thanks for clipping, Angel. We're gonna watch some clips, guys. Are you ready? Should I sacrifice having myself a blind playthrough to watch Tej play it? My argument would be yes. But I'm biased. What's up, Gaming Paradise? Good to see you. We're just going to jump into a few clips, guys. That's actually a good point, Angel. If you play it now in between, like, you have a couple days. I don't think it's too long. And then you get the best of both worlds, chilling out, take it slow, then you rock out the show. Have you ever thought about that? This is W stream. Great to be glad. Wait. Can we do take two? Y'all, it's been a great stream. Great to be back from my trip. The brain rot after a trip is very tough to overcome. Like, I experienced this too when I got back from my LA trip. When you've just been unplugged a little longer and you're out of your routine and rhythm, that's how it feels. But W clip. Almost the short. Almost the short. This close to being the short. Showing how cool the trip was with his hands. I'm glad you saw the vision, Barrow. Like that big. That's how big the trip was. Baby's first CB. Baby's first CB. I said that almost exactly the same way, but with a little more pep. I said baby's first CB. Baby's first CB. That is the same intonation, just like a slightly higher pitch. This looks like a Joe Biden clip. Which one? Oh, because of the fact that I just completely lose track of thought or track of mind, and I'm just stuck there. You're not wrong. That is something Joe Biden would do. Baby's first CB. Baby's first CB. Why my hair do the thing? Yeah. This was the clip. I like when like my ADHD comes out. I just decided to start fixing my hair. I didn't know I was living in a clip. You know, I thought I was just being myself. And then I ended up living in a clip. You know, you never know you're in a clip until you're in the clip after the fact. You feel me? Except, you know, people say that sometimes that I clip farm. I know they're joking, but me personally, I never clip farm. I think that is frowned upon. I simply try and live and breathe my most authentic, genuine self. What are those recent emojis, my guy? Wait, what? What's wrong with them? The God Gamer.
Please, yes! The God Gamer has returned to retrieve his crown at his throne. He is here, Phineas.
Also a banger clip. And I stand by that because you need the context of it. Okay, so if you missed yesterday's stream, there was this really hard strat right here. I kept choking it at the beginning of last stream, and this time, this attempt, which I also think was the PB attempt yesterday when I got the sub 51, I got it first try, and then I got really excited about it. So actually, I stand by it. Sorry, I was busy clipping. That's okay. Let's watch this clip now. I scream, you scream, we all scream for fuck. Better look out, because I'm gonna say. Now you're probably confused by this. You're like, TJ, why did you exclaim fuck? Typically in clips like these, also what's up, maybe? Typically in clips like these, you exclaim fuck because something bad happens. So let me break this down for y'all now that we're outside the moment and we can all psychoanalyze and dissect the past version of myself. Ready? Scream, you scream, we all scream for fuck. So here I thought that I was gonna die. And so I was preemptively loading up a fuck. But I did not die. I lived through it. What's up, Sunshine? Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. And then at this point, my brain was like, wow, I said fuck kind of funny. Oh, that reminds me of Rockin' the Suburbs by Ben Folds. I'm gonna go ahead and cue up that stim now. Better look out, because I'm gonna say. And that's how we got there. I just saw the hot emoji and eggplant and it triggered something within me. I like when like my ADHD comes out. I just decided to start fixing my hair. I didn't know. I like when. Oh, this is from today. I guess we're done then. Anyway, guys, go to Variety Friday voting. Be sure to vote. And if you feel like your vote doesn't matter, it might not because Undertale Yellow is already. Oh, whoops! I still have this open. Undertale Yellow is winning by a landslide. There are 21 votes, and Undertale Yellow has more than half of them. So if that's a reason why you choose not to vote, I understand, but wouldn't it feel better if you participated? Oh, hey, that's me. It is you. Undertale yellow, same percent as Undertale. Yeah, we really got some Undertale heads in the Discord, huh? Y'all fucking super into Undertale. Probably more into Undertale than Deltarune, though. I feel like people are more ride or die for Undertale than they are Deltaruning, which is probably because Deltarune's not done yet. And I'm also not done with Deltarune yet. And to be fair, I haven't heard anyone complaining or like begging me to play Chapter 4, so I don't feel rushed. I don't feel rushed. We were cruising for a second. Oh shit, we got another vote. And it's another one for Undertale, y'all. There you go. But yeah, be sure to vote. Join the Discord if you haven't. I think that's all we really had to do. I think I am going to warm up with... Because if you were here last stream, you know how I feel about this. I fucking hate boring downtime for these speedrun streams. And I think I have figured out a good answer. Undertale's 10 years old? Yeah, that makes sense. It has more... Well, I also think it's because Undertale is older, so it's had more time to amass a following. And also, in addition to that, it's complete. So people feel like there's an open and shut story with it. So all the characters feel self-contained. And in addition, Deltarune is an offshoot of Undertale. So I think, in my opinion, it would stand to reason you have to be a more obsessive fan of Undertale to really want to get into Delta. Like, I do think there's probably a small minority that have played Deltarune who haven't played Undertale. But I think it's like it's by and large probably like the people who are more into Undertale like Deltarune. You know what I mean? So that's my assumption. Again, I'm correlating and not causating. But Undertale probably still has the bigger net simply because the level of phenomenon that Undertale reached, Deltarune has not reached yet. It's more like, hey, you know the Undertale guy? Deltarune is also a pretty solid series so far. I'm coding right now and listening to your stream for next review. That's based. I hope your coding goes well. PB is 5052. Yeah, Sunshine, I'm not sure if you were here last stream. Yeah, I came back from vacation and I got 3 minutes off my PB. You'll recall it was just under sub 54 before I went on my trip. And we trimmed off 3 minutes. So I'm an epic gamer, and today we're probably gonna get sub 50. But anyways, guys, so that leads me to what I was planning to do today. I'm going to warm up with Chapter 7 because I think I've learned all the strats for that. I'm not going to warm up Chapter 7 for speed. I'm going to warm it up so I feel like I've gotten all the strats in my bones, which runs counter to how we do actual runs. So here, let me segment all this. We are going to warm up. I'm going to play through Chapter 7 once. Then my plan is to do a full run. So warming up Chapter 7 shouldn't take us more than 20 minutes. Then we do a full run. We then take the full run and we see what our trouble spots were. If we feel like we need to lab, we'll lab a few things. That labbing section won't take more than 20 minutes. But basically, we are now in the phase where we will use our runs for diagnostics of what we should lab really quick in between runs and then jump back into runs. Again, if we feel like we need to lab. If I get through the first run today and I'm like, I kind of just want to run it back, I also reserve the right and time and space to do that instead. But these are the kind of cogs turning in my head at this point, now that I've finished the sub 50 video and I've learned all the strats. Undertale has Megalovania 3, Deltarune has none. This must be it. Yeah. Wait, Megalovania 3. I didn't know Megalovania was a trilogy. I'm not appearing in many streams. I'm normally playing with my friends. Yeah, that's based. Like, not saying your streams are bad. I just prefer playing with friends. Yeah, that's fair. No, yeah, I get it. Yeah, there's Megalovania 1 in the Halloween hack of Earthbound, and Megalovania 2 in Homestuck. I didn't know that. Boop, 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 doo, doo, doo. But anyway, that's where my brain's at. So I'm going to do Chapter 7 real quick. What's up, Jake? Join the Discord, guys. I'm pretty sure everyone here is a member of the Discord. It's okay. Also, for those of you who don't know, Jake, one of my mods, he just started playing Celeste. So look out. He's coming for you. And Jake's a gamer. So y'all better be afraid. Should I warn? No. I don't want to overthink this. I'm going to do all of chapter 7. And I'm going to show you guys the strats I've learned. And you guys are going to nitpick them apart and tell me why what I'm doing wrong is bad. And that's the cycle we all live in together. But I feel like from now on, Chapter 7 is probably just, generally speaking, a good warm-up for the speedrun, because it has a really good collection of a good assortment of just, like, the tech that is seen throughout the run. So certainly until I feel comfortable and consistent with all the tech in Chapter 7, it'll probably be my go-to warm-up level. What the fuck am I doing? Bro, Celeste is fun as fuck. Makes me want to get all Goldens. I'm saying, Jake, that's why I'm literally about to get back on my Goldens grind. I think tomorrow's stream, we're going to do Goldens again. Because I really feel like I can do Chapter 3A now. And I'm pretty excited for that. It's been long enough that I feel the joy sparking for Goldens once more. Plus, you know, we can't go our whole lives with Goldens on hiatus. I want to get all the Goldens at some point. At some point, we need to pull up our britches and lock the fuck in. Farewell Golden is not fun for me. I've heard it's not really fun for anybody. I've heard that basically every golden... Oh my god, I just spring canceled by accident. I might be the GOAT for that. I've heard that basically every golden up until Farewell Golden is pretty feasible, and then Farewell Golden is like a whole nother grind into and of itself. But that kind of excites me. Like, I like the idea of like getting all the other goldens done so that we can have a bit of a Farewell Golden grind arc to the streams. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that could be pretty hype. And especially now that I'm not like weirdly obsessive about only being able to do things on stream. Like maybe by the time we get to Farewell Golden, I'll just like practice strats off stream as well. Who knows? It'll probably have to get pretty jazzy at that point, but I don't know. The Goldens have been calling my name again now that I'm better at the game. Probably no surprise to most of you. Some tryhard will say it's fun to me and before. I'm a tryhard. I mean, during the Golden streams, people were talking about how they kind of prefer, you know, playing new levels to Goldens. I like both. I just burnt out because Oshiro pissed me off. And I just could feel my limits as a player and couldn't really feel like I could surpass the current ceiling I was at. So I was like, okay. And at that point, we hadn't done any modded content or speedrunning yet, so it felt like there was a lot more for me to still experience with the game. But, you know, now we've gone on a bit of a tourism spree, and now we're ready to go back to where we started with our vanilla full completion playthrough. I don't know. I'm excited to get back to it. Farewell Golden takes a lot of time. That is what I hear. Only around 1K people at Farewell Golden. Well, it's about to be 1001 once I get on that shit. But first I have to get all the Goldens before that. Which, if you've been watching the stream long enough, you know that's always been the goal. The question hasn't been if, it's been when. And now the question is once more in front of us. When is now, at least part of it. After watching you for so long and actually getting experience myself, 3A Golden is in the bag. Oh, yeah. I have so many risky strats now on 3A that, like... And guys, I'm kind of excited for the Golden streams, too. I think those are going to be a little more backseaty now, especially than the speedrun ones have been. Because I think, like, now that I know speedrun strats, I'm going to want y'all's help to kind of, like, figure out what we think the best routing is for solving these Goldens. Because I know they're going to differ quite a bit from when we speedrun. So I'm also excited about the interactability for getting back to Goldens. I think it'll be quite a bit different than before when I was flying by the seat of my pants and I was like, let me figure it out. You know, I'm just at a different phase of play where I think that I can actually appreciate some of the higher level notes that people in chat are giving. Obviously, it'll be a give and take, you know. Well, let's have patience with each other, but that's the plan. Long and hard Goldens can be fun. In Farewell, the actual gameplay only starts like 5 minutes in. It gets really boring. Oh, really? Like having to play through the beginning of it? I can see that. The question is why? Why what? Sorry, I may have missed the context on that. Why get Goldens? Why breathe? Why get out of bed in the morning? Golden streams are one of my favorite, like on all the Celeste community. Yeah, I'm excited to get back to them. I think I just burnt out, but I'm really feeling the joy for them again. And I think I burnt out just because it was a get good angle. Like I was not good enough at the game that I was just kind of throwing my head against the wall, you know? But now I'm a lot better at the game. And not to say like I'm really good at the game, just I'm a lot better than how I once was. I think we can probably collect a few more Goldens. Maybe not get all the way to Farewell Golden, but we can at least get a lot more than we once could. Because my comfort level with the game in general has just gone up substantially, especially one with Strawberry Jam, sure, but certainly since speedrunning it, you know, it's kind of night and day. Which, you know, to be fair, there have been a lot of people in chat who have been parroting pretty much since I started playing Celeste. They were like, hey, you should start speedrunning it because it'll help you with getting comfortable with tech. And they were right. Which I didn't think they were wrong. I just, there was a lot of stuff we had to do, you know, or could do. Oh, about Goldens, the question is not if, but when. The question is why. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess it does take, like, your brain being that way, but certainly for me, the why was once I knew that Goldens was a thing, I knew it was something I wanted to do, you know? Like, for some people, like, they see the struggle and the difficulty behind, like, the journey of something, and it makes them not want to do it. And surprise, I'm a speedrunner, I'm the opposite. Like, when I see something that's really fucking difficult and that I feel like is going to take a lot of time to achieve, it kind of makes me more excited. Don't get me wrong, it's still intimidating, but I like the idea of, like, through willpower and determination, yes, reference, unintentional as it was, you can accomplish things, right? Like, I like the idea of pushing your own limits and boundaries to achieve things that most people don't even want to spend their time on. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's even more true these days. Like, a lot of people would just prefer to stay in their comfort zones in more areas than just one. And sure, we can laugh and be like, oh, yeah, getting good at a video game really is, you know, helpful for testing your limits. And I would argue it is. I've talked about this before. My journey to Max and RuneScape has taught me so much about, like, time boxing and goal setting and being able to make reasonable progress on a long-term goal. I think there's a lot of value to be had in it that most people just dismiss it because it's a lot easier to dismiss something and, you know, pet your ego and be like, yeah, if I wanted to, I would do it, but I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I'm always... Whenever someone's committing to a long-term goal, no matter what it is, whether it's a video game or something else, where they're truly trying to test their limits, not just physical, but mental as well, I think that's a W, and I'm in full support of that. I like how palpable one's improvement is in Celeste. Exactly, yeah. Like, if you go back and watch streams, Celeste streams a month ago versus now for me, and granted it's because, like, my, you know, my training regimen, so to speak, has just completely become more robust and kind of night and day in that regard. Like, it's not even a question. Like, I'm a higher quality Celeste player, you know? Which is very cool. Like, it's nice when you play a game and you're able to look back at, like, VODs or whatever and be like, okay, even though mentally I'm stuck in this kind of falsehood that I feel like I'm plateauing or whatever, you know, on the tougher days where you feel like, oh man, I feel like I should be better at this. It's good to have that physical proof and evidence from the depth of gameplay that, no, I am just, like, concretely getting better at the game. Which a lot of games don't have. A lot of games don't have that. That's why I like Celeste. It does have that. I wish more games had it. I gotta lock in for this part. Challenging yourself is satisfying and fun. I'd agree. I think we all could challenge ourselves more. And that's not to say that every aspect of your life should be challenging, right? I mean, certainly, like, we've talked about this before on stream, like, if gaming is meant to be comfortable for you, that is absolutely fine. I find myself in certain phases where I look to games more for comfort than for pushing myself, but sometimes it's a both-and situation, you know what I mean? Sometimes I want to push myself mentally through gaming because I recognize the capacity for gaming to facilitate that in my life, you know what I mean? It's not simply an escape. It can be like it can be a hobby, but it can also be something by which you just push your own fortitude and limits. I think I prefer like 10 to 20 room map goldens, not like 15-minute goldens. Yeah, that's fair. That's certainly fair. Ah, fuck. What am I doing? What was the setup for that? See, this is why I'm warming up. I think it's a dash into this room, and then we transition super, we B-hop, and then we super into an upright. Yeah, okay. Took my brain a second. This is why we warm up with Chapter 7 now. And this Chapter 6, you know, it's all new, so it's going to take time. It's just going to take time. But this is why I think this is going to be a good warm-up for me. I really want Chapter 7 to become as automatic as the other chapters. And there's just there's quite a lot of meat to this one, you know, so it's going to take some time. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Oh, right. I maybe I don't know if I full jump. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Then I retry. Yo, what's up, Ashling? How's it going? Hope you're having a great day. It's good to see you. Just warming up with Chapter 7 right now. I told everybody, but I watched the rest of the sub 50 video. It is now just a matter of everything coming together in one beautiful, blessed sub 50able run. Probably a faster solve there, but I'm not going to stress too much about it. And then this was up, right, down, right, up. I can't narrate it, but you feel me. The timing on the momentum there for landing on that spring always is kind of strange for me. I need to find a way to find something that feels a little better there, but what can you do? Oh shit, I'm supposed to be wall bouncing. Hold on. I already fell on bad habits. Yeah, that's not good. And then this part is a super into an... I'm supposed to up left into a straight dash, and then I do a reverse super. I think it needs to extend. Oh, actually, yeah, it does need to extend. And then I hyper into a wall bounce. Fuck, let me restart this room. This is the trickiest part of the new strats I've learned. Yeah, and then wall bounce. Oh, shit. It's a wall bounce. The thing about this is, like, at some point, I'm probably just going to have to, like, depending on how I'm feeling and what the pace is in the run, I probably just drop strats. Because all these strats are just so new, I don't think it's worth, like, taking a second to be like, oh, yeah, what's this strat again, you know? Like, I think it just comes from warming up with them, and then eventually they will be a part of the run, but at this point, they don't need to be fully absorbed into the run yet. It's more important to just kind of do what I've been doing with Chapter 7, where I just kind of complete a flag without dying, you know? Especially if I'm on a good, like if I'm on a sub 2-minute pace again, fuck strats, dude. You know what I mean? Like, just live at that point. But again, like that's part of the strategy and decision making that comes with speed running. Wow, what the fuck am I doing? Warming up. That's the answer. Also some fun strats coming up here. Like, I think there's up left into this, and then you have to extend it so you get the wall bounce height, and then you can do this, yeah. I feel like there's a faster way to end there. I'm also kind of worried about that strat for an actual run. Again, if I get 2 in my head, I'll probably just do it normally. But that's a pretty cool strat. Oh, this one. Wait, no, it's not this one. I think it's flag 13 where it starts getting crazy again. Everything else is pretty straightforward. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's flag 13. Oh, that was close. Yeah, you're supposed to do this, and then you have to hit it in just the right spot so you can dash over. Then there's an up and over that I messed up. That's fine. And now this is how I solve the key cycle. I go there, I go here, I spring cancel out of this, and then I'm here, and then I hit it from the right instead of the left. And I think that's faster than what I've been doing. There might be other time saves there. I'll figure that out someday. I don't really care. And then I think I can extend it here. The problem with this extended is it really sends me flying and I have to be ready for that down dash immediately. So that's also another strat that I probably won't add today. But as long as I'm aware of it and aware that I'm dropping it, that's probably decent enough for now. Again, just survivability is probably more important, certainly in the sub 50 zone. A lot of these strats can just kind of be dropped. Like, I have to remind myself that sub 50 is really not that deep. And I do think we're getting into the area with the run where starting to consider death counts in journal entries after runs is probably pretty important. Like, we should look at the times, but we should also look at like how many deaths we have, because that'll help inform us after the fact just which levels kind of need more love. Because I do think we're getting to the point where probably not deathless runs, but low deaths would be helpful to us. I know early on I was saying that wasn't that helpful, but, you know, obviously as we get to sub 50 deaths, you know, if we're dying to a room like 5 times in a run, that suddenly becomes valuable information to us, right? That's probably the exact kind of room that we need to, for example, let's say in complete isolation that my whole run is perfect. It's deathless, but I have 20 deaths on chapter 3. Well, yes, then obviously like we go and we work chapter 3, we play through chapter 3, and then we make note of what rooms I die on. Depending on what rooms I die on, I probably need to learn or at least focus on individual level strats for those rooms that I keep dying on, right? And then we kind of build out the run from there. Yes, I'm aware that I keep fucking this up. I'm not really thinking about it right now. Now I am. What the fuck is going on? Oh, also I'm supposed to super here. And then wall bounce maybe? Is it a super into a wall bounce? I actually don't remember. Doing deathless runs just means you aren't using good enough strats. You misunderstand what I'm saying. Also, what's up, Rev? You completely misunderstood what I'm saying, but that's okay. The goal is not a deathless run. The goal is to use the deaths as signal to understand what levels you need to work on. There's a little difference between that. I hope you can understand that. All right, I need to piss, and then I'm gonna send a run. I'm gonna do this before I forget. I am a one before I am a man. I get what you mean. I'm just saying that if you want a perfect run, you should opt faster strats rather than getting it deathless. That is redundant to what I was talking about, but yeah. I don't really understand what we're talking about at that point. All right, I'll be back in a second. This music feels ripped straight out of PVZ. This is Game Chops. This is Sea of Time featuring DJ Cutman, BK Nap. This stream. This is the stream I always play now. It's supposed to be royalty-free music, even though I got a copyright claim on one of the songs, but on last stream, but is what it is, I guess. Beggars can't be choosers, they say. Okay, let's get into runs, y'all. It is time to get into runs. I believe in the sub 50. Also, for those of you who have watched the Super Mario 64 streams, you will be familiar. When we are actually going for a given goal and not just a PB, this is the first time we pay attention to best possible time and some of best segments. Obviously, during a run, best possible time will inform us better. There's probably still room for time to be saved, but I think generally speaking, depending on where we are in the run, I'll probably check in at our best possible time as we finish each chapter. But if the goal is sub 50 and trying to get that, I want to also start being open to the idea of resetting. Now, what reasonable spots do I think we probably will be resetting? As we've discussed in previous streams, 5A into 5B is certainly going to be a reset point. And beyond that, if we get a really cursed and just garbage Celestial Resort Chapter 3, that could also be a resettable spot. Does your best possible time include your practice splits? What do you mean by practice splits, Rev? The best possible time is based on whatever your current run, the current pace of your run, plus your golden splits. So the best splits you've gotten from all your runs combined. I don't know what a practice split is, but I don't think that practice would go into that. But it is... You don't practice with splits, right? No, I never practice with splits. I go based off of, like, chapter time. You can manually add them? I don't know if you did. No, yeah, I don't manually add them. I just have them based off of runs. Anyway, I'm going to play the game now. Oh, this is my PB file, so let's not delete that. So here, like, this is important. Like, I'm not going to pay attention to it or burrow too far into it, but I do think that it's statistically significant to mention that my current PB run that was sub 51, I died 96 times. You know what I mean? So, like, presumably in a world where I didn't die 96 times, I probably am more in like a sub 40 range. It's hard to say, but you got what I'm getting at? And I'm not trying to argue for what people were, some chatters were saying when we originally started this any percent series of like, you know, a good strat is to die less. That is not what I'm arguing. But suddenly this becomes a lot more valuable of a bullet point that we can use to burrow into and identify our actual trouble spots in levels. Now, that being said, I would rather move forward and start a new run because we have not run yet today. What is up, Dirt D12? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. What is up, SKW Slice? Y'all are just in time. This could be the sub 50 right here. Let's go. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, holy shit, Scuff. This is not a resettable point, though. Let's remind our easily bruised egos that if you add like +2 or even +5 to prologue, and your goal times are our goal times, we're probably gonna be fine. But yeah. God, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, for those of you who don't, I'm following the average imposter video, so if we get sub 50 today, we'll probably crack open the sub 40 just to get a good idea of what lies ahead. If we get sub 50 today. If we don't, no skin off my nose. We'll get them next time, you know? Sub 50 guy can take you to sub 40 if I recall correctly. Yeah, I mean, the best possible time for the sub 50 guide is supposed to be like 32 minutes something, which I do recognize, but I do think there's probably helpful information in the sub 40 video as well. But I am well aware that if I just got more consistent with the strats present in sub 50, I would probably get to my goal of sub 40 without too much of a problem, but you know, I would rather be maximally informed. Yeah, exactly. I know they introduce like ultras and stuff in that video, which, you know, I will take everything I see with a grain of salt. Obviously, at the end of the day, the thing about progressing meaningfully in speedruns is meeting yourself where you're at and doing what's best for you and your splits. Especially the more advanced you get, not every general tidbit of information is going to be a one-size-fits-all thing. So I will remain adaptable and flexible depending on what my specific trouble spots during a run are. But I would, just because of the ceremony of it all. We've been watching the sub 1 hour and the sub 50 videos so far, and they have guided us well. And the sub 40 video is the last currently of the series. I would like to give that its due attention, just to see what's available there and what's in the path ahead if we do potentially go for a sub 30 at some point, you know? Which probably, when you're getting into sub 30 territory, that's when ultras become genuinely important. I don't know. That's me just assuming. But Average Imposter has not guided us wrong yet, and I'm just a big fan of trust the process and don't overcomplicate shit. That's wise. Thank you. I have a similar mindset, so I'm inclined to agree. Nice. Oops. Oops. To be honest, I think I did sub 50 with almost no practice. Nice, Gaming Paradise. What's your PB again at 8%? I forget. Nice, we're starting with a gold, not bad. $49.45, nice. Oh! Holy scuff. We take it. When you thread the battle in Needle, it's kind of a blessed run. My opinion. Oops. Oop. Tough. Oh, not the wall kick. Oh. Sub 50 is about grasping the mechanics. Sub 40 is about getting the strats down consistently. Yeah, that makes sense. And the goal of this any percent series is currently sub 40. I don't know what's up with the 45 seconds. My first ever sub hour was also 59:45. Must be something in the air. Oh, 222 site, rip. It's all good. There's a lot of time to give on these later levels. Let's see how chapter 3 goes. As a reminder to myself, if I die on a room twice, go for safe strats. Thank you for the good luck, Lipton. I have a bad habit of greeting. And my gamer ego flares up and I'm just like, no, I know the strat for this. And then I die on a room like 5 times. I think we can get the sub 50 if I just listen to my one rule of... That's 1. 2 strikes, you're out. All right, we're solving it safe. Two strikes, you're out. Need to practice that room more. That first room has been a common just choke spot. It's kind of a more difficult thing to be right at the beginning of the level. You have the practice mod? I have speedrun tool. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, good. There's another choke point. That's 1. Pog. Everyone deserves a second chance. Nice wounds, thank you, maybe. Oops. God, I'm so bad when it comes to backseating. I keep catching myself frames before I mention different strats. I appreciate that, Dirt. I mean, honestly, most Celeste chatters kind of have an issue with that. I appreciate that you keep stopping yourself. Like, I think people don't realize that, like, just because they know more about the game, divulging that knowledge isn't immediately helpful to the streamer. Even though it might feel that way. It's usually just overwhelming. Like, a lot of people, I think, should be able to appreciate... Hold on, let me beat this room. Like, if something seems... like, Hold on. If something seems like pedestrian, casual information to you, it's because you yourself have already mastered that information, you understand? And simply being able to regurgitate information that you yourself has already mastered is not, in and of itself, helpful, pertinent information. That's one thing that I wish I could just, like, say to every time someone backseats in chat. I'm like, look, I know you're excited. I really appreciate it. You're not being as helpful as you think you are right now. Not trying to be a dick, I'm just being honest. That's how it feels being on the receiving side of it. And every Celeste stream, I've had to remind people to not backseat, unless I ask. Some people have gotten the memo, others have not. If you're practicing, I might mention stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, dude, I don't know what it is about the Celeste community, dude. Even when you tell them that you don't want backseating, they will still do it. That's also part of why I have a chip on my shoulder. I want to get so good at this game that my PB is better than most people's in chat, so they can shut the fuck up and leave me alone. It's not Celeste, it's speedrunning. Yeah, but when I was speedrunning Super Mario 64, the backseating was a lot more supportive. The Celeste backseating has felt a lot more elitist. It's felt a lot more gatekeepy. Now, to be fair, that might just be like survivorship bias. Like maybe I just got nicer members of the Super Mario 64 community and a little more insufferable members of Celeste. But while I do agree that there are the bad offenders in both communities, I mean, I straight up have people commenting on my shorts of Celeste like, God, you fucking suck at this game, which doesn't bother me, but it is pretty indicative and representative of the Celeste community at large. They're pretty insufferable gatekeepy shitheads. Again, I'm not making a generalization there. Just go on the internet. It's everywhere. Which sucks because this game is awesome. No, I agree, Dirt. Like, I'm someone who, like, it's really weird to me how people can't, like, self-identify with someone who's, like, starting to play a game. You would think someone who has already gotten good at the game would be able to be like, man, I remember when I was in that person's spot. You know, I remember when I was completely fresh to the game and didn't really know what I was doing. Man, I hope and wish the best for them. You know? Instead, they decide to completely erase that history, and they're just like, I've always been good at this. I don't know. I've never understood that inclination. I think it's just good if people want to play the game you play. I think it's just good. And if they show genuine interest and they're trying to improve, I think that's just good, man. People want to see the peak, not the climb. Yeah, exactly. People just want instant gratification, and it's fucking annoying. I'm not getting the full height here. I don't know. It's also like people look at people who are at the top of the mountain. They look at their peak and they only see the results. They aren't able to process, hey, this person was once dog shit at the game. I mean, that's true across sports as well. People look at people like, and don't get me wrong, I do think there's like a little bit of a genetic predisposition when it comes to like talent and natural inclination that people have for certain skills and hobbies. Sure. But at the end of the day, if you don't put in thousands of hours of practice at something, whether you're talented or not talented, you're not going to improve at it. Like the reason why LeBron James is one of the best basketball players was not because he was born one of the best basketball players. It was because he had a predisposition to the skill and he spent thousands upon thousands of hours at it. Talent is worthless without practice. Exactly. I've become enlightened. I only watch the climb and leave before the peak. Based. I'm going to finish this level, and depending on where we're at, I will reset the run. I hate when people say natural talent. That's what I'm saying, Dirt. Like, I just don't really believe in it. Like, I think at like a high, like if you're at a world-class level, sure. Like when we're talking about like professional esports players or we're talking about professional athletes, sure. But usually we're not talking about that. Usually we're talking about everyday people. Like when we're talking about people in a speedrun category, until you get into like the top 100 of a highly competitive category, we're probably not talking about that. We're talking more about a bunch of hours that most people don't want to put into something, which is fine, but let's call it what it is. Yo, what's up, Abdul? Also, thank you for the nice demo, maybe. Appreciate ya. What's up, the 16-bit ER Sanic? Sanic? Basketball is like the one sport where it's majority talent, though. I won't say you're wrong, Rev. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's talent. It's like, there's that classic stat where it's like, out of all the people who are 7 feet or taller in the world, like 10 to 15% of them are basketball players. And that's not because, you know, it's because height is such an advantage in that game. So again, I see what you're saying, but like, my problem is, more often than not, I hear people blaming God-given talent as an excuse for them not to try. And I think that's bullshit. Like, sure, maybe someone has some sort of genetic predisposition to have some kind of head start or lead on you at something. But I think that's a poor, like, belief system to hold when you're like, oh man, this person's naturally better at this thing. bro, here's the truth of life. If you outpace someone by putting more hours into something than they're willing to give, you will eventually outclass them. You have to be truthful with yourself and be like, I don't want to put in the time that it takes to outclass this person. That's fine. Just stop lying to yourself and say it's because it's not for you or you're not talented enough. That's bullshit. That's an excuse we all use to not try. I think most people possess a lot more than they're willing to give themselves credit for. I'm going to reset the run, guys. Exactly, Dirt. My theory is that people do it so they can almost feel less bad about their own skills / lack thereof. And guys, like, let's be honest here. Like, this isn't the pot calling the kettle black. You know, like, I'm saying this because it is hard-won wisdom from my own life. I have talked myself out of doing things that I want to do to spare my ego before. And I've talked about this on stream. I've started doing, I never played sports growing up, but I finally started playing pickup basketball once a week, and I'm pretty bad at it. I'm arguably one of the worst players of the group of people that we have each week. Have I used that as an excuse to give up or stop showing up? No. I tell myself, this is something I haven't really put enough hours into. I guess I'm going to keep working at it. Whereas most people are just like, man, I'm not immediately good at this. And even worse, part of the tribe I'm a part of, I'm at the lower end of the pecking order. My ego can't deal with that. It's like, bro, kill your ego. Do the thing you want to do. It's gonna be fine. Just enjoy the process of getting better at something. Stop comparing yourself to others. I think even if you believe you don't have the talent, you owe it to yourself to get the peak you can achieve without it. Exactly. Like, that's the limiting thing. It's like, sure, maybe you don't have the same talent or natural inclination that someone else has for something. But what a discredit to yourself to give up before even reaching what your peak is. You're already being self-deterministic about it. You're saying like, no, because someone else has potentially a higher ceiling than I do, I shouldn't even try and seek what my own ceiling is. That's really sad. That's really self-limiting. Yeah, we do 5B. I think it's mostly the trap of comparing yourself instead of being proud of your progress, irrespective of others. For sure. Yo, what's up, David? That's what I'm saying. I've been saying that on stream. I'm saying if you start speedrunning something, do not look at the world record as your goal. If you're starting Celeste, do not look at dethroning frickin' God. I always forget his name. I always forget his name. I don't know why it's such a mental block. Secure account. Dude, my brain always says pirate software. I don't fucking know why. I don't know what. I don't even fucking watch pirate software. It's always, my brain's just like pirate software, pirate software, pirate software. It's close enough to secure account. Anyways, yeah, if you start speedrunning Celeste with like, I'm gonna beat secure account, it's like, okay, man, that is a very unrealistic goal. But that's how you solve any goal, right, y'all? Like, you can, and don't get me wrong, you can have a long-term goal. You can even have a soft whisper in your ear of, hey, maybe one day I would like to be a world record contender for this category. That's fine if it's a very, very small, minuscule voice or goal that isn't dictating your very path. If you have that as your only goal, when you are working on sub 1 hour, you're gonna get really pissy when you don't get sub 1 hour because you're comparing it to a fucking, what, sub 25 time or like a 25x time? You're gonna be pissy about it. What should you do? You break it down into meaningful segments like Average Imposter has in his videos. You take it one step at a time. And that's everything in life. Don't miss the forest for the trees in like where you want to end up. Part of being able to get where you want to end up is breaking things down into bite-sized chunks that you can actually actively achieve, but also feel good about and celebrate when you reach those goalposts that you set for yourself. That is the best wisdom you can have for anything in this life. If you have something you want to do and you feel like there is something in the way preventing you from achieving it, break it down. Break it down into whatever size chunks you need to make it seem feasible. But the answer is not, oh, it seems impossible. Shut the fuck up. It's not impossible. Figure out a path forward. I watched professional modern Tetris 1v1s and went, damn, that seems cool. Then I grinded top 100 in Finland on Tetrio. It's not that big of a thing, but it meant a lot to me. I think it is a big of a thing. I think it is that big of a thing. I think if it means a lot to you, if it's something in this life that means a lot to you and you're able to follow through on it and you're able to achieve the goal you set out for yourself, that is a big thing. Derek, thank you for following. I appreciate that. You know, like that's the main thing that we can do in our lives that truly provides lasting like healing and nourishment to ourself, is seeing something you want to do, setting out a path, a way forward to get to the goalpost you have, and then you actually meet that goalpost. And then this is an important step that we all forget. It's something I forget as a speedrunner too. I talk about this a lot on stream. When you reach that goalpost that you've set for yourself, you celebrate it. You feel it deep down in here. You feel it like in your freaking root chakra of like, I'm here. I saw this thing. I set my eyes on it and damn it, I achieved it. I put my whole mind and spirit towards it and I achieved it. A lot of us don't do that. A lot of us, we achieve the things that we told ourselves that we were going to do. And then we're on to the next thing. We're on to the next thing. We're like, oh, well, that's not good enough. Now I want this. Sit with it. Celebrate it, fucking hug yourself and say, I did that shit. I did that shit. I started this game to race my friend. We both had above hour times. Then I beyond surpassed them. Nice. Yeah, and if something like loses the joy, maybe like if along the way, like you're no longer getting joy out of something, that's different, right? Like I'm not someone who argues for, you know, just stay on the path irregardless. Like, I do think there's a level of adaptability and fluidity that has to come with even the things you love and enjoy in this life. Because if you do become super dogmatic and you're just kind of following the path that you forged for yourself arbitrarily, regardless of the joy that you're getting from it beginning to cease, I do think that that can be a slippery slope. But what I've learned in my life and my experience is when I'm on a path doing the thing that I love, or like making steps to achieve the thing that I'm passionate about or I love, and it starts feeling bad, the answer is not dropping it and moving away from it. The answer is, okay, I need to look at my relationship with this thing and the ways that I am being dogmatic in my approach to achieving this thing. And I need to start tinkering with it. I need to kind of unpack all this bullshit, because somewhere along the way, I've attached a bunch of like fucking things to this thing that make me feel upset. Because ultimately, if something is making you feel bad, I would argue it is not the thing. It is your attachment and your relationship with that thing, especially something that is process-based. And that is something that has taken me years to figure out. It's only something that I've really started actively like acting upon in my life in like the past year. Like, and that has been a big eureka moment for me. I'm just like, oh, the times I've talked myself out of doing stuff, it's because the way I'm interfacing with it was unsustainable. And that's a very individual experience. But again, if we're using speedrunning as an example, one of the bigger, less subtle ways that you can see that is like, okay, if your goal is to become a world record speedrunner and you're getting super pissy and you can't get past sub 1 hour, and then eventually you convince yourself to stop trying. The important step that's missing there is you needed to introspect and be like, okay, why does this feel bad? Well, I want to be a world record speedrunner. I'm not a world record speedrunner yet. So I'm beating the shit out of myself mentally every day because I'm not where I want to be. Okay, how do I stop making myself feel bad about that? And then that's where you get, you know, that's where there's a path forward. That's my opinion. Yeah, it's really hard. Like, as you improve, it's hard. Like, it's like the step, maybe it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think it's a step beyond the Dunning-Kruger effect, but just like the better you get at something, like, and this is, you know, there's a phenomenon with everything. I've been studying Japanese for years, and all the time I'm pissed off because I'm not fluent in it yet. But it's a constant thing I have to practice. I'm just like, wow, I'm so much further than one, people who just have an interest in the language, but two, people who You know, it's a common thing. Like when you set your mind on something that is hard to achieve, you need to understand that it's hard to achieve, and that's okay. But you're getting better all the time. And we as people have a lot of trouble actually appreciating perspective on things. Like your brain, your mind, and where you physically take up space in your emotional life is very bad at remembering how exactly you felt a year ago. Hell, 6 months ago. Hell, 3 months ago. The best idea you have is probably a lie. Your best stab at it is probably a lie. It's really, really hard to like it is impossible to be like a time capsule of like, this is exactly how I felt in this moment in the past. And that's why Thief is the comparison of joy, not just the comparison towards other people who are doing the thing that you want, but you doing the thing that you want, comparing yourself to future you, who doesn't even exist yet, and being incapable of comparing it to the past version of yourself. This was demonstrated to me when I was doing Super Mario 64, and I was grinding for the sub 20, and I did my 24-hour stream of it, and I played like some of my earliest streams with Super Mario 64, and I didn't even know how to play the game, and it was a very sobering experience for me because I was like, oh shit, wait, I've come a long way. Wait, why have I been making myself feel bad during this grind? Whoops. Anyway. Emphasis on yet, we will get world record before November. Yeah, I've belabored the point. I'm passionate about this shit, man. And I'm not trying to like blame people for not achieving like what they want in this life. I've been a self-saboteur my whole life, and so when I see it or I hear ripples of it, I want to do all I can to help guide people away from that. Because I have been the instrument of my own misery so much. So much. And I'm not going to blow air up anybody's ass. If I hear someone think, and it sounds like they're making up excuses for themselves, I'm going to let them know. How long till your new controller arrives? It has already arrived. But I've been focusing on Celeste, and honestly, trying to speedrun multiple games at once is kind of too much sauce for me, if I'm being honest. But we will return to Super Mario 64 at some point. Yes, also be sure to join our Discord. Thank you, Jake, for linking that. We have Variety Friday once every Friday. The vote is currently running in the Variety Friday voting channel. If you join the Discord, you can vote in it there. It seems like Undertale Yellow is probably going to be the game we're playing, but if you want to vote in it, or you simply just want to join our community, you can do so. That would be pretty cool. No! I sometimes get so much speed that I miss that crystal. Y'all understand that. You're too fast? They call me the quickest draw in the West, Jake. People keep asking how I do it, and I'm not even able to give them answers about it. I'm like, my fingers move faster than my brain. I just put in the work, and I reap the benefits. Almost there. Not a bad time. Yeah, not a bad time. -2. Not a bad time. W pace, I'd be inclined to agree. I'd be inclined to agree. The other good thing about finally resetting runs is we're going to get a lot more consistent in the full context of runs. You have a skip cutscene keybind? I have like the one that lets you go like down and then A, if that's what you mean. Chat told me to do that quite a bit ago. I think when we were practicing, or when we were doing Goldens. That became kind of necessary for 5A. Yeah, I have that. Watch this sub 30 this run. Could be. You really never know. Oopsie daisy, I made an uh-oh. I made the mistake of setting my goal as sub 30 way too early. Yeah, thankfully, chat was kind of my consultant on that. Because they, when I did Super Mario 64, I set sub 20 as an early goal from the advice of the Super Mario 64 community. And then with Celeste, I was like, hey guys, what's like the same as a goal of sub 20 for Super Mario 64? And they're like sub 40. And I was like, oh, okay. That's decent enough. But yeah, sub 30 is intense. I did do a fucky wucky. I was hoping no one would see. That wasn't too bad a fucky wucky though. Oops. That was the fucky wucky. My brain just kind of stopped working. The good thing about having learned everything now is we can really surrender ourselves to the process of speedrunning. We haven't really had a lot of like resets and that kind of thing, but it is a substantial part of the speedrun experience. Sub 30 is intense, you're right about that. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I mean, there are even like some really good people at the game who don't have a sub 30. Like, doesn't Parrot Dash not even have a sub 30? Oh, actually, she might have like a high 20, come to think of it. Never mind. I feel like it's quite a lot of dedication, though. Like, even at a high level, you know? At some point, you have to be like, why the fuck am I doing this? Especially since there's so much content with Celeste, right? It feels like there's always going to be a part of your brain that's just like, I could be doing something else with this game right now. Yeah, I thought it was like a low 30. I thought it was like a low 30 Lipton. I couldn't remember if it was a high 20 or a low 30. And again, that's not even like, again, that's not being like, oh, only a low 30. I'm saying like, that's a testament to how fucking tough a sub 30 is. You have to dedicate to the speedrun specifically for sub 30. General skill won't carry on its own. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm sure at that point it is all about optimizing routing. Or not even routing, but you know what I mean. Like, because routing implies like pretty, well, no, like advanced routing. Like you literally, like you, to a T, you have to solve a room. I mean, Parrot doesn't run that often. Yeah, exactly. So we're on the same page. But why do you not run something? Because you would rather do something else, right? Like, again, I don't think that the people at the highest level are exactly constituted as like, oh, they're the best to do it. It's just like they are the ones who choose, like, they just choose that to be like their Celeste grind. You know what I mean? I think when you become a high-level Celeste player, it's like the time you have to dedicate, you kind of pick. You know? Yeah, what's up, Steve? Because it's just like, I've experienced this and I'm like a fucking intermediate player. Like, when you try and do a bunch of things in this game, you just end up doing all of them poorly. You know? Eventually, you got to pivot so you can choose your primary focus. And I mean, isn't that life, too? How many times in life do we all just kind of like overextend ourselves and try to do too many things when the real answer is just like, you know, you should probably just full ass one thing if you can. Which is another reason why I'm not playing Super Mario 64 right now. There was a time where I was trying to figure out a way to balance both games, but I've just, you know, I'm taking a break from Super Mario 64 at this point. We'll get sub 40 and then I will reassess. Huge mess. Sorry, I have to focus, guys. There's 2 rows, grind any percent, grind GM plus maps. Yeah. I felt a little, and maybe it's a thing that's constantly changing. I felt a little burnt out by the end of Strawberry Jam. And I'm saying the end of Strawberry Jam when I stopped doing Strawberry Jam. So like the beginning of Advanced Lobby. Like I do think custom maps are fun to a point, but I'm definitely feeling more of the excitement of just like getting really good at vanilla again. And that may change, you know, that may change. I know a lot of people talk about, no, I like Celeste because I like doing all new rooms. And I think that was true for me for a second. But now I'm really starting to appreciate the depth that that this game has to offer, you know, in terms of just solving shit. Okay, well, that sucked. And the golden grind is definitely sparking joy in me again. I'm excited to do a golden stream tomorrow. See where we're at after all the speed run and grind, you know. Okay, so Parrot is a sub 32. It's not bad. That is better than I probably will ever achieve. And I'm not saying that to be self-limiting. I'm saying that to be realistic. Oops, wrong way. Because I really want to give myself the due time and like, you know, consideration. Like, I really don't want to get too mixed up in the machine of this thing to lose sight of like the original goal being sub 40. I can already feel a bit of that tendency. Like, there's already a part of my brain that's like, oh man, by the time we're sub 40, why not start working for like, not necessarily sub 30, but, you know, low 30 strats and that kind of thing. And, you know, maybe. But that is like such a future conversation. I can't already be planning for it. I don't know where I'm going to feel by the time we get a sub 40. I might not want to speedrun this game again for a while. You know? It's hard to say. Main problem is sub 40 strats can carry you so far. Exactly, and that's part of like that's part of my brain is like, well, man, if the sub 50 video can get me to like 32x or whatever, why not just keep on working that muscle and see how far it can get me? But that, you know, it's a slippery slope. It's dangerous. But we'll see. We shall see. There's a lot of time. Honestly, and that's part of what's fun about Celeste speedrunning. Like, I feel like we've now learned so much, and it's kind of been like, you know, drinking water from a fire hose, so to speak. You know, it's been a lot of information to take in, but now it's simply about greasing the groove, you know? We run attempts on stream, we lab stuff that feels kind of weird. I keep on practicing off stream, and eventually we just get there, we get it done. And that's pretty cool. It's a little different than how Super Mario 64 has felt. I need to get the full height on that jump. I'm rushing a bit. There we go. Slips into being world record holder. Yeah, the thing about these, like, these highly competitive speedrun categoried games, like, you definitely don't slip into world record by accident. I know you're joking around, though, but, like, that shit takes dedication. I would say, like, single-minded dedication. Like, the kind of shit where, like, someone goes to bed each night and they're just like, I'm gonna be #1. I'm gonna be the best that ever did it. You know? And I don't know if I have that dog in me at this point. Who's to say, though, you know? Yeah, I felt that a bit. Oh! Little scuffed, but still solvable. Wait, I think I'm actually chilling. Yeah, we can be pretty safe from here on out. I think we got it. Yo, sub 8 minutes. We actually got it. Nice. We're on pace, y'all. What is that strat for last room? Negativity be gone. You've been banished. The negativity is gone. That's not saying to ban Vivi, just to be clear. In case a mod hears that and they misunderstand that, I'm saying like the negative aura is gone. No negativity. Bye-bye. Your head's right here. Poof. It has been dispelled. Poof. It has been dispelled. Minecraft's probably the only one you can slip into world record, and even then you need to be really good out of the top games. Can you? I feel like all of Minecraft is like very critical planning. Coming from someone who has only recently beaten Minecraft for the first time. All right, let's see how it goes. Minecraft, you just got to get a lucky seed, to be honest. That's what they keep telling me. And I just refuse to listen. Yeah, it's not like super mechanical skill, right? Meanwhile, yeah, clip that and send it to a Minecraft speedrunner, and they'll probably read me my Miranda rights before ritualistically stabbing me with a katana. Everything has its challenges. I am not a fucking gatekeeper. If you play a game and you enjoy playing it, I am so happy for you, man. I do not think my game is better than anybody's. And I think that if you are one of those people who thinks your game is, or if you feel some type of superiority because of the kind of game you play, for the love of God, it's time to unplug and go offline for a bit. Yo, what's up, Caveman? Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, there's a lot of luck, but you need a lot of skill to utilize the luck. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like, again, like, if I had a good seed... If I had a good seed in Minecraft, I wouldn't be able to turn that shit into gold. I'd still beat it in, like, fucking 7 hours. I needed chat's help to completely backseat my run, and I still only beat the game in 7 hours and 20 minutes, you know? Like a good seed in the, I mean, but that goes with anything, right? Like the right tools in the wrong hands, you're still gonna get a shit sandwich. We got a gold, let's go. Wow, my negativity has been dispelled and I now attract every negatively charged object in my house. Nice, dude. W ionic bonds or whatever. Y'all fuck with ionic bonds? No, y'all are more covalent bonds. Can you guys tell that I haven't touched chemistry since 10th grade? Don't fact check me on anything I'm saying. I'll cry. Yo, what's up, Aiden? How's it going? Dude, okay, I need to practice this room because I've been dropping the demo dash here. Never mind. I might be the GOAT. Quite a lot of time waste there, though. Sub 50 soon? Yeah, we're getting it today, I think. That was the plan. That's what the sirens have been telling me. Yeah, I'm a covalent guy. Best. Fact check made him, guys. No! Please! I haven't been playing chess. I'm more of a James Bond. W pun. No! I dropped my dash! That never happens. I knew this was gonna happen. And I don't mean that in a fatalistic, self-effacing way. I mean that in like our Golden Ridge and our PB was so beautiful. This is speedrunning. You have to detach from the outcome in order to truly free yourself. It's like the Matrix. Guys, speedrunning is kind of like the Matrix. You have to free your mind and expand your freaking Mind. I did it. Ugh, I don't like the timing on this. There we go. Didn't love the timing on that either, but I'll take it. Ugh, this feels kind of garbo. Ew. Gross. The wind is strong, but I am stronger. Or something. Let's get some B-hops in here. Ooh, no problems here. Wait. Ah! Thank you. I just had to make the sound. Sometimes that spring doesn't activate if you don't make a sound. Holy! Careful small hopping in the wind, y'all. Also, don't do what I just did. I just got so lucky. That was so scuffed. Ah! No! Oh! Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. We're fine. Oh! Everybody calm down. Okay, by everybody, I mean me. Ready? I forgot my rule. I need to solve regularly. I died like 5 times on this room. It's time to solve regularly. Stop trying to fucking wave dash and shit. That was epic! Guys, that was epic! What's up, Green Zane Beast? Can't stay, just want to say good luck, and if this is a full run, I promise you, you got sub 50 in the bag. Yeah, dude. Pick red strawberry or blue strawberry. Which one's the good one? Still a great time? Yeah, it's not reset. Like, a chapter 4 when you're basically still on pace is not a reset. Where we're at after 5A and 5B, dude, my freaking hair is just got a life of its own, bro. Do the way I like it. There we go. I like when it has a little poof, a little volume to it. Blue are the ones you've gotten already? No, I'm talking about in the metaphor. Ugh. The Matrix metaphor. How comfortable are you with Bub's drop? Watch this. Well, don't watch this yet. We're going to be there in a sec. Blue are the friends we made along the way. And isn't that a beautiful part about life? That's a beautiful part about life, I find. Oh, well, I already fucked this up. It's not so bad. No, not that reset on the wave. That's tough. No, I was too close to the ride. Y'all ever seen Goldilocks and the Three Bears? Because that shit... Teach le français? I try to. Y'all remember, well, some of you know this. I took 3 years of French in high school. Hated that shit. Not that I hate, like, speaking or learning French, but holy shit, that class sucked ass. All right, time to give up. Instantaneous lock-in? Nah, dude, that was r/watch people die inside. But also, I need to lock in. This is the part of the run. This is the part of the run where you truly need to lock in. No! What am I? Bro! I'm fine. No tilt today, by the way. Give me that gazette. Give me that gazette. I love the part when you turn into a pirate.
Yer, you bunch of scallywags! I be getting the sub 50 today. Yarg, matey.
Now watch this pause drop. They keep asking me how I'm doing the 5B, and I'm just like, I'm gonna stop talking. That's a lot of momentum. I wasn't ready for the sauce. I was unfamiliar with my own game. I like getting the extended because then I can hop over this pretty easily. It feels like an easier... Oh, first try. Let's go. Calm down, calm down. It doesn't matter. I honestly like Death Cycle more here anyway. That's the cope I say every run. Oh, that was like a pixel off from killing me. No, that timing was so ass, dude. That sucks. We're chilling, we're fine. Okay, this room trolled me yesterday, but I'll get it first try today. Still pog. Oh no! Oh, this is gonna be such a scut solve, this room. Yep. We made it. Dude, I fucking hate this. Oh, wait. Save? Nope. What a waste of fucking time. Good job. Had to solve it regular. I died twice. Y'all remember the rules. Oh my fucking Christ. Please, dude. I hate when it hits you in just the right spot to troll you. God damn it. Dude, how am I not getting the distance I need on this shit? Holy fucking mother. No shot, dude. Dude! What is happening? Oh my god. The assist. Whatever. No shot. That shows you how bad I am at that last room, that was still a gold. That's crazy. Get bazinga'd. Bro just got bazinga'd in front of his friends. Crazy. Woo! Holy! Okay, wait a minute. Oh my god. The run's kind of cooking. The second half of 5B was not bad. Clean, who is this guy? They call me Mr. Clean. All right. Let's go. Deep breaths, gang. We schmoovin'. We schmoovin'. What's up, Yogo? Thanks for the good luck. Oh, fuck. I probably should have kept looking at my screen. Sub 50 pace, guys. I gotta lock in. You understand. No! I didn't learn my lesson. I just go for second. Oops. Whoa, I still got the feather, bro. Little scuffed, but not bad. Ah. No one look at me. Do not hyper here. Thank you. Oh my god, I actually got the dash reset there. I knew it. I could feel it coming. What? Couldn't have gone worse. It's okay. Walk back in. Hey, what are we? What does the fucking happen, bro? Ooh, W. W. Fuck that room. W. Take me home, country road. No shot, brother! No! Bear. 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 Oops, I got caught on the side there. Dar dock section. Do not troll yourself there. Holy shit. Oh, risky business. I went for it though, so y'all can't call me a coward. I went for it. What is happening to me, guy? Holy shit. Let's go. Get me out.
Bang.
I missed! Calm down. Little scuffed. Fuck. Whoa, that ball. Oh, I keep dropping the super. Oh, scuffed. Oh, no. It's because I need another chance to show I ain't no coward.
This part's scary.
Oh! I am a speedrunner!
Oh, I hate this room. Yes, I play this part like a baby. Stop looking at me! Yep, up dash there and you don't get trolled. I've trolled myself with that upright too many times to ever fucking do it again.
Whoa! Way too much speed!
I go safe strat here. Bang.
Get me out of here!
I'll be with you in just a second, chat. I'm kind of locked the fuck in, if you couldn't tell. Oops. Okay, get ready. Get ready for the input. Get ready for the frame 1 input. Holy guys. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. 6 deaths on reflection? Sub 45, some of the best segments. Let's go. Nice reflection. Thank you, Yogo. I'm gonna go pee real quick, guys, because I can feel it brewing. I don't want it to troll me. I'll be right back. Okay. It is time. I am playing it safe. I am playing it smart. I do not rush. I simply trust the practice. I breathe, I stay connected to my breath, and I lock in. Three cleansing breaths, and then I'm going to send it. Let's go. Thank you, Detective Spoos, for the good luck. Thank you all for the vibes. Yep. I will now solve it normally. Nice try. You can't stop me. It is now man versus self. Nothing else is going on here. It is now a battle with the self, and I must overcome it. We just play, again, to use the chess metaphor, we play positional chess. We make subtle improving moves. The position favors white. All good. Lock in, all good. Let's play this safe then. Safe strats. Uh-oh. I'm a little off here, that's fine. I'm solving this normally. I'm not in a rush right now. These strats are so fucking risky, man. It's not worth it. Like, genuinely. You must be out of your goddamn mind. That's how we do that. Bang. That was just a joke I like to tell. Uh-oh. Yeah, this room can be a little troll. Lock in. There we go. I'm going up. It's safer. Not doing this strat, too risky. Whoopsie daisies. That's new. Walk in. Yeah, that was bad. I could feel that. What was it? It was this. Can't I remember. Okay. It's fine. Oops. Oops. All right. Oops, accidental wall bounce. Oh, what? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yes, dude. Oh my God. Handily. Handily a sub 50. Yo, thanks y'all. What's up? Oh my God. Yo. Okay. I just came. Yeah, what's up, just Coco? What's up, Gaming Mitkex? I missed a few people coming in. Holy shit, y'all. And that was with saves. I dropped a lot of like the fucking new tech I learned for 3K. Wow, sub 49. That's crazy. Yeah, join the Discord if you haven't. Oh my God. Dude, I'm so happy. Oh, that feels so good, dude. First run of the day, by the way. Oh my God. Holy shit, dude. Huge sub 50. No kidding, dude. We had the most beautiful reflection. I'm really glad that I didn't there were a few parts that got a little spotty, you know, admittedly, like I was choking a little bit, but we got it done. We got it done. You didn't miss my comment? I was just lurking. Oh, nice. Yeah, 3A run wasn't real. Yeah, I mean, that's the best 3A we've had, I think. But it was not great. It's one of the best. Join on PB. What's up, Dane? Y'all. Sub 50, dude. That's crazy. Let's play some music. I'm going to go to my Twitch and update my record. Because I got it under my About Me. Sub 40 next. You're damn right. You're damn right, Gaming Mitkex. However, I am kind of buzzing with excitement, and I want to give sub 50 its due celebration. Dude, it's crazy. Like, for full context, y'all, before the vacation I took last week, we were just under sub 54. And then I came back yesterday for a D-Rust run. We got a PB of over 3 minutes, and then we just got another PB of like another 214. Oh my God, SKW Slice with the 5 gifted. Holy shit. Thank you, man. Our next goal is sub 45. Yeah. I mean, that was a very good run. That is a lot of competition that I have to be with myself. But W. We fucking got it done. I said we were getting sub 50 today and we did it. Exactly, and I just finished the like y'all. Literally, for those of you who missed it, I talked about this at the beginning of the stream. I learned all the 3K strats after stream yesterday, and guess what? We didn't even use. I think I did the wall boost on flag 4, and that was like the only new tech I used on 3K, or the wall bounce, the double dash into a wall bounce to get to the feather. Everything else, I was just playing it safe. Crazy. Teach slowly turning into Celeste Pro. What can I say? And isn't it so appropriate? We'll get back to fucking Goldens tomorrow. But God, what a nice reward. We got fucking sub 50. That's awesome. Sub 20 could go crazy. The sub 50 guide, the guide specifically meant for sub 50. We should celebrate with some Super Mario 64. The D-Rust for that's going to be rough, man. I think I am going to end up playing more Super Mario 64 on stream after we get the sub 40. But I do think... I mean, I don't know. We'll see how the sub 40 goes. The sub 40 might prove to be as grueling of a grind as the sub 20 was for Super Mario 64. I don't know. We'll see. All that's to say, that is a future decision we have to make. Right now, I would love for us to watch the sub 40 average imposter video together because now we have earned it. And that's a nice treat. We can do some react stuff. We can take a break. I am literally vibrating from locking in so hard. Sub 49, bro. Sub 49. Crazy. Also, I just like the dopamine of like, I like average imposter talking to me like like he respects me, you know? And I know he's going to start with a blurb that's just like, so you got sub 50. You're not too bad. And I'm going to be like, thanks, average imposter. So let's pull that up.
Yeah, because
It's time. We have earned it. It's time. Average imposter congratulating you, ASMR. Yeah, dude. Yo, thanks for the membership. This is fire. Yo, what's up, Ghost VR? Yeah, SKW Slice just gifted 5 members. That's crazy, dude. Thanks again, man. That is so crazy. Damn, bro. All right. Let me make sure y'all can hear this. Yo, Yogo C, thanks for following on Twitch. Appreciate it, dude. Hell yeah.
so we've got a lot of work to do. This is gonna be a lot of, oh cool, that's a neat strat. And so let me preface this video with the following.
Yeah, dude, we got a sub 50. Not just a sub 50, a sub 49. Is your mainstream YouTube? Yeah, most of the community's on YouTube, and also the best way to support the stream, Yogo, is if you subscribe on YouTube. I'm trying to get 1,000 subscribers so I can monetize my YouTube channel. I'm at like 917 right now, so we're really close to 1,000. That is the best way to support the channel. But if you want to watch on Twitch, it's all good. I multi-stream, so, but yeah. Basically, long story short, for people who are watching who don't know, YouTube does not pay its creators until you have 1,000 subscribers. So that's why I'm trying to get that. But I will never beg for subscribers ever again.
If you want to speedrun Celeste long term and get your first sub 30, this is the place to start. Yes,
I don't know about sub 30, but I'm gonna hear him out.
said sub 30 and not 40 because I know that's the coveted threshold to beat for most runners in this game. And getting from sub 50 all the way down to...
Who here, is anyone here? Welcome, Yogo, on the YouTube side. What's up? Does anyone here have a sub 30? I think the lowest time we have is Lipton as a 36, right? Lipton, you have like a 36X? I think that's the lowest time we have in our chat. I'm not sure, though. Abdul has a 31? Okay, shit. Oh, we have a 2954? Yogo has a 36? Nice. Oh, 7.6 has a sub 30. I think you're right. Damn, that's crazy. Dirt's 29? Damn. Okay, quick question. Who here among you believes that I could get a sub 30? I'm not saying that that's the goal yet, but who here thinks I could do it? Oh shit, really? Okay, I thought it was like, I mean, it's really hard. Why not? That's nice. I believe. Let's go. Oh, your birthday's coming up, Ghost VR? Nice. Sub 30 will put you in place 259. Wait, yeah, can we look at that real quick, guys? Hold on. I actually do want to, now that I'm sub 50, I do kind of want to look at the speedrun charts again. Because I know like any percent in Celeste is like super competitive. But just as a reminder for me and a reminder for everybody watching, let's get our bearings on where we are right now. So of course, the guy who I keep thinking is Pirate Software, secure account. Interestingly of note, the only one with a 24 minute X time. Everyone else is super 25, which is pretty fucking crazy. But hold on, let's do the thing. I think if I click on a page, I can then type it into the URL. Someone gave me this tip quite a while ago. Let's see what it takes to break into top 1,000. Ultimate goal is sub 25. True. I mean, yeah, it's just a hard. True. I appreciate all the support, guys. I think I could do. It's just really hard. There's so many resources available to help with sub 30. I literally started from scratch using those resources, and I'd say I'm almost there. Yeah, Abdul, like I love. So part of what I've loved about speedrunning 80% is that there's so many resources in the Celeste community. Like it's a very accessible speedrun game, which is really awesome. Like I've talked about this before on stream. I wish there were like this kind of resources for like any game someone wants to speedrun. Top 1,000 is like 3710, I think. Okay, yeah. So I probably need to go to around page 10. If at page 5 we're already at 500, page 10 would make sense. That's around where top 1,000 is. But yeah, sub 40 makes sense. That shows you how competitive the freaking category is because there are like over 6,000 runs submitted. And top 1,000 is like not just sub 40, but fucking almost 37. If you see me on the top 1,900 page, say hi. Wait, Angel, what's your speedrun.com username? Is it just Angel? Angel. I don't see it. You're 994? Ah, very nice. What's up, Zio Paparoni? What's up, Sam? Part of the fun for me would be theory crafting, though. Theory crafting what? If I submitted my best, I get top 2308. I've still got a while to go. I'm like 970? Yoga. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah. That's crazy. Damn, the better I get, the more I'm going to be like among a lot of like the better Celeste players in chat. That's kind of cool. I mean, I am far from this, obviously. I've speedrun. For those of you who don't know, I've also like I speedrun Super Mario 64, and I also have speedran co-op no major glitches for Cuphead with my roommate Austin. So I have the experience with like learning speedruns and being like competitive with speedruns. So I am well aware that the next 10 minutes of trying to cut off time from this run is going to be insurmountably difficult compared to what it was like getting here. Like exponential, of course, like, you know, the difficulty curve. I'm not naive to think like, oh, I'll be sub 40 in no time. You know, it is. I know I'm aware it's a reach of a goal. Isn't Cork R also sometimes in chat? Yeah, Cork R. Oh, shit. Damn. Okay. Damn. A lot of the top 1,000 Celeste speedrunners have been in this stream. That's pretty cool. Oh, speedrun routes. I got you, Sam. With speedrunning on stream, some people are just like, you know, I feel like speedrunning a game that has like no resources would be pretty cool. So I definitely see that. I'd love to maybe do that at some point. I just don't know what game I'd do it for. Been locking in on a really hard modded golden recently, so it'd be cool to have another grind to switch between them. Or are you thinking of starting any percent speedrunning or just speedrunning in general? Yeah. Could be cool. Super Mario 64 is my main game. Oh, what's your 16 star? Oh, wait, you know Aiden? That's crazy. Damn, I didn't know you guys knew each other. What's the main category you speedrun, Yogo? Probably, if you've been in Super Mario 64 for a while, it's probably not 16 star, right? You're probably like a 70 star or 120. I should submit so I can be here too. Actually, right, I didn't record. Oh, yeah, if you don't record, it doesn't count. Unfortunate. But I'll take your word for it. Yeah, any percent and maybe ARB because the ARB strats go kind of insane. Yeah, the more I speedrun Celeste, the more I can kind of see myself eventually maybe learning all Red Berry, even though I'm not someone who typically likes 100% speedrunning. I'm not saying it like it's something I'm for sure gonna do. I just think learning speedrun strats for this game is really fun. So it might be something I do down the road. I never want to shut myself out from something. I got to make it in the top 1,000 so I can be in the club. That's kind of where I'm at, SKW Slice. Like, it sparks a lot of joy in me to think, like, you know, if you're able to say you're top 1,000 in Celeste any percent, you can pretty thoroughly say you're a gamer. You know what I mean? This is a really competitive category. And sure, like most people you pass on the street, if you told them that, they wouldn't really understand. Like, it seems a lot more impressive, for example, let me pull up Cuphead real quick. Let's see where me and Austin are currently at with Cuphead, no major glitches. Co-op, no major glitches, co-op. We've probably fallen so much. We're still number 15, but you know what I mean? Like, we're number 15 in a category that has 24 submissions. So, like, don't get me wrong, like, it's impressive. We've got a 45-minuter. But when you compare it to a category like this, it's a little different. It's a little bit different. Oh, you've got a 1632 and 16 star? That's crazy. I still don't have a sub 20. Ooh, you've got a 50-minute and 70 star and a 1 hour 48 and 120. Damn, dude. I am excited, and y'all, I really do have full intentions to stream more Super Mario 64. Honestly, Celeste has Celeste speedrunning has just been my N64 controller broke, and so we accidentally went down this rabbit hole of finally Celeste speedrunning. But I do think I owe Celeste the due diligence to get a sub 40 before we kind of jump and start speedrunning other stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We got to see what our ceiling is. I'm top 10 and Into the Jungle any percent. There are less than 10 runners. Powerful. ARB just uses a lot more obscure tech and flashy tricks, which is pretty cool. That does sound pretty cool. Modded speedruns seem cool. I'd agree. Still haven't beaten Cuphead? You got to get on that, Jake. Why is my hair doing stuff? That's fine. I do want to run Cuphead at 1.2, but I haven't even played it yet. Cuphead's really fun to speedrun because you only have to do one run and gun level, and then the rest is basically just like a boss rush. So it's a really fun game to speedrun. Cuphead's hard. You gotta learn the strats for the bosses, man. Like, for speedrunners in chat, I do recommend Cuphead as a game because it is just like, it's what I wanted Silksong speedrunning to be. Like, Silksong speedrunning seemed like really exciting to me in theory because I thought it was just going to be a boss rush, kind of like Cuphead. But there's just a lot of navigating in it. But Cuphead is a very fun game to speedrun. Have you done any Hollow Knight? I have not. I've beaten Hollow Knight like once. I haven't ever speedrun it or anything. Modded Golden Community had an any percent event recently, so I used that opportunity to pick up the run. Nice. Very cool. Anyway, I'm glad that we took stock of that. Wait. Where am I currently at? So to break top 1,000, I need a 37-minuter. Let me just make a guess and say I'm at least on page 20. With my 48:37, where am I currently? Not even close. I feel like to have a time in the 40s, it's pretty reasonable. Any percent August? Oh, is that the name of it? Damn, I'm not even on page 30. 35? I'm still in the back half of submissions. Okay, maybe not the back half. 33? If you look at my placement, you can find it. It's all right. I'm almost there. 48:37 doc 6.2. So I would technically be ahead of this person. I'm not even top 3,000. I'm super 3,000 in freaking Celeste any percent. So my percentile is almost like perfectly 50%. Not to, you know, hate on myself, but damn. Yeah, a lot of people have sub 50. I would be interested if someone took all this data and put it on like a, you know, a normal distribution on a graph. I'd be interested to see that. And I could probably do it because I'm a software developer, but I won't because I'm lazy. Yeah. Like a bell curve? Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant a bell curve. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, for the context, if our goal is eventually being top 1,000, like obviously our overarching goal is sub 40 for this current leg of speedrunning. But if our overarching goal is eventually being top 1,000, that is like around 37 something. And we are currently not even top 3,000. It would probably be a bit skewed. It would probably be super skewed, I'd imagine. Anyways, let's watch the video.
Sub 30 means this video is going to be a critical point in your speedrunning journey. If you've got all your supers and hypers accounted for, it's time to put in the work and get that consistency in order. As always, everything is
Should we look at all this stuff? I feel like we've already been over this. Supers, extended / reverse. Yeah, hypers, extended / reverse. I'm not super consistent at them yet, but again, I'm someone who's very much in support of like practice. Like actual practical use of something is how you get consistent at it. Like I don't really want to go into a lab or a gym or whatever and figure it out. I would rather do it in the context of the level where I actually have to do it. And it, you know, some people disagree, but that's fine. Wave dashes, bunny hops, crouch dash, 2 jump buttons. We got those. Wall bounces.
put in the work.
Neutrals, corner kicks, dream jumps, fast crumbling blocks, optimal climb jumps. I don't do optimal climb jumps always. I'm sorry. Sue me. Fast building, spring canceling, fast falling. Pause and jump bind. I do have that for pause drop, derivative of Bub's drop on 5B. Battle and hit stun, buffered dashes. I do that. Freeze frames. I don't do freeze frames. I think there's something with like the cassette room on 5A. I didn't really understand it. Is that what I'm thinking about? Like where you can duck sometimes and you get freeze frames? Can someone explain that better to me? I think that's what freeze frames are. It would be really cool to see the distributions of times in a bunch of games that are really competitive, like Super Mario 64, Celeste, Minecraft, stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like that should just be like speedrun.com should just have like a data aggregation section for each category that does that. Maybe they do, and I'm just not aware of it. When you dash, you have 3 freeze frames to change your inputs. Oh, I think I did know that. Yeah, dashing saves time because dashing pauses in-game time, but not the cassette cycle. I see. Yeah. Right. Oh, right. It's not holding down. It's down dashing. I forgot about that. Okay. That's why I was so fucking confused. I forgot for the cassette room, you're supposed to be down dashing when you're holding. Right. I forgot about that. I've been dropping that. In-game time stops when the game stopped. Yeah. Most interactables like dash refills make the game freeze for a few frames. It makes certain strategies easier because the buffer window is larger. Freeze frames are when you dash or hit a dash crystal, the whole game pauses except the music and therefore cassette blocks and including in-game time. All right, thanks, guys. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I at least had that deciphered right. Arching bubbles. For some reason, people were talking about arching bubbles for like so long when I started playing Celeste, and for some reason it seemed really scary, but I didn't realize that it was just as simple as demo dashing into them. Granted, it would probably be more complicated if I didn't have a demo dash button, but yeah. Coyote frames, dash attack, pause buffering. We know about pause buffering. Transition shenanigans. Yeah, I think he's just talking about momentum and also being able to like do things like transition supers and all that stuff. You don't notice freeze frames until you disable them? Yeah, I think you did a couple streams ago. I feel you. Yeah. I can imagine that in subtle ways that would just like kind of mess up your game not what is it, game sense. It would mess up your game sense, right? Like you maybe wouldn't feel it so much on like a physical level, but you would definitely feel, or maybe you would you would just feel off. It would be like in a dream where like you're trying to like move, but like your body's just kind of flopping around, you know. Extended variant.
Consistency in order.
Anyway, we know this whole list, at least by name, which is kind of cool.
As always, everything is possible with practice, and you'll reach your goals and...
Yeah, for everybody wondering how I've improved at speedrunning this so fast, it's because practice. I did not improve at Super Mario 64 as quickly because I was super dogmatic, and I was like, I'm gonna only practice and play the game when I stream it. And holy shit, did that shoot me in the foot. But it taught me so much about that was arbitrary and not very fun. So I'm never going to do that again. Unless I had like a very specific challenge in the future. But I think this journey with speedrunning Celeste has been a lot more enjoyable for me because I'm able to make meaningful progress because I don't have some arbitrary ruler where I'm not allowed to practice it and like grease the groove and improve my muscle memory. You know what I mean? I think ultimately if you want to improve at speedrunning, consistency is key, and the way you get consistent at stuff is consistent practice. If you don't have consistent practice, that is like your main obstacle. And I got really tired of having to make excuses on stream when I was doing the sub 20 Super Mario 64 16-star challenge of being like, well, I'd be better right now if I could practice off stream. And it's like, okay, then why, you know? Anyway, that's a lore dump for all of you. So that's why Celeste has been going well.
Celeste, again, with practice. Did I mention that practicing will make sub 40 possible too? Practice building consistency by practicing the game. Sorry, I'll stop. I stress this because now we're hitting some high-level difficult strats and cycles. Intensity is building. It becomes more about having clean movement and scooping up a second or two here and there. But over the course of a whole run, those seconds will...
284 people have sub-minute... Oh, are you looking at the subcategories or category extensions on Speedrun? That's insane. My goal time for sub 50 for Forsaken City is 145. So the fact that they shave off 45 seconds makes me more than 45 seconds terrifies me.
Will add up. Most importantly, like previous guides, have a plan for every room, even if they aren't strats from this video.
Yeah, and this is the biggest thing I've been neglecting and something that I imagine we're probably going to delve into as we work on sub 40. I think the most important thing is going to be like, I need to identify when I'm practicing rooms. For example, a great one that we kind of fluked on this PB run, the last room in 5B before the Theo section is just a mess for me. And it's because I have a vague general idea of a plan, but I need to lab it and like know what my solve is for it so I can input it like a beep boop boop calculator. At this point, we've accumulated quite a few rooms. It's like when you kind of like, you let a mess gather in your room, a huge mess. It's the idea that clutter attracts more clutter, right? And so I do think that, again, and I've been avoiding that for a while because some people have been like, oh, you need to get more granular. But again, in support of like getting good at speed runs and speedrunning games quickly, you go for like the biggest things first. We're now starting to get a little more granular as we continue to improve at the run. And so we don't need to go through with a super fine tooth comb, but we do need to start being like, okay, on pretty much every level, I have at least one room that is glaringly just like way too jazzy for its own good that we need to either whack-a-mole it and figure out a solution to it, or we just got to do something, you know? There's also definitely a balance of practice versus runs when you start a game too, since a lot of it's just getting used to doing exactly. Yeah, Yogo, for sure. And like, I still haven't done too many runs of any percent. Yo, Ogan Essen, thanks for following on Twitch. That's something I was trying to defend myself on when I was speedrunning Super Mario 64 to some people in chat, because some people were just like people, a lot of people, especially people who aren't experienced with how it feels to viscerally be existing as you're doing a speed run or a run attempt. A lot of people, like, they see it go red and they're just like, you need to reset. Why aren't you resetting right now? Reset. And they can't see the bigger picture of like, okay, your goal of a run or an attempt isn't always a PB. Sometimes your goal of a run or attempt is simply to grease the groove on, like, for example, in Super Mario 64, I'm like, I want to get comfortable with getting to BLJs and finishing the run. You know what I mean? And some people can't see that. They're just like, you're not on pace anymore. Reset. And it's just like, no. My problem right now is nerves. Actually, if I'm behind on pace and I'm trying to make up the time, it means that, like, for example, if I'm on a split that's like goldable near the end of the run, I'll be able to simulate the high pressure situation of having a PBable pace if I'm basically riding the line the whole time. You know what I mean? But that's hard to understand to people, for people to understand when they don't have practical experience speedrunning. There's like really deep, strategic, experiential based like stuff to all of this, you know? And it's very like, you have to be pretty fluid and adaptable with it. Yeah, getting golds is its own goal for sure. Love supporting small creators. AW. Is that a guitar? Yes, that is my that is my Stratocaster. It is a guitar. I did not put it there for, you know, to be like, hey, look, I'm a guy who plays a guitar. Honestly, I just forgot. I put it, full disclosure, I put it up on that couch because this room is in the basement, and I was afraid if I didn't put it on the couch, then spiders would get on it. So see, that's how you know, like, I just told you something kind of embarrassing and vulnerable. So that's how you know that I wasn't doing that. Teaching we start a band? Sure. Experience under pressure is different than practice. 100%. And that's why, like, I mean, I am definitely of supporting, like, when you're labbing a specific technique, like we did this in Super Mario 64 as well, like Bowser throws, you can simulate that pressure by trying to get it right 3 times in a row. But ultimately, the pressure is not going to be the same when you're dropping into Bowser in the Dark World and you're at 18 minutes. You know what I mean? It's not going to feel the same. Like, that is such a singular experience. Goldening is very similar to speedrunning. I mean, at some point, if you want to have the best possible time, you have to die less. Optimally, not at all. Yeah. Is it electric or not? Yeah, it's an electric. Oh, hey, it's a guy who plays guitar. Damn it. Anyway.
Unlike the previous threshold breaking guides, there aren't any strats we'll be learning that are major route changes or save minutes of time. Heck, there's hardly any checkpoints that save more than 10 seconds. But that's because we're getting pretty serious into speedrunning at this point. It's becoming less about tricks and more about understanding game mechanics paired with
the golden I'm going for is extremely backloaded, so I'm very worried about nerves. Brother, you don't have to tell me. I got hard stuck on 3A because Oshiro made me want to scream. Although I probably, if you're talking about modded stuff, I probably sound like a baby. But speaking of, we're doing a return to golden stream, y'all, for the first time in a month tomorrow. And I think I'm going to take Oshiro down. I think I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. Who here plays bass and who here is a singer? Yes to both. I play piano, I play bass, I play guitar, and I play drums badly. And singing is my main instrument. Something About You reminds me of Kill Carl. Who's Kill Carl? Played bass for 2 months, like 3 years ago. Hey, that's enough. Okay, so TJ is fucking crap. No, I just like music. I wouldn't say like I'm good at any of the instruments. I am conversational in them. Like if someone asked me to play bass, I could fumble around. And like for those of you who don't know, the band I have with my roommate, like Redwood Ragwood, don't ask about the name. There's a whole origin story. It's just me and Austin. You know, it's a 2-piece, but we have full instrumentation. And Austin's main instrument is drums. My main instrument is singing. But you know, we overdub all the other parts. Like we just play other instruments, and it's not, you know, things sound a lot more impressive when they're all together and playing parts. But if you dissect any of the parts we play, they're very simple. Yeah, Austin is like a drummer. Like he's been drumming since he was a kid. Like that is Austin's like main skill and passion is drumming, and he would tell you as much. Yeah, I think we can get 3A golden, but that's my goal for tomorrow, and potentially get into more goldens tomorrow as well. 3A is a major brick wall in goldening, to be honest. After that, you basically speedrun 4A and 5A. 6A is another brick wall. Yeah, wait, that's actually, for those of you who don't know, here's a little forecast of what tomorrow will look like. So we're currently at 191 of 202 berries, currently on 3A. These are the goldens I haven't done yet. I do feel like we've done 4A and 5A already, but yeah, I can see 6A being kind of annoying reflection. Although our 6A today was kind of low deaths. Yeah, already did 4 and 5A. For those of you who don't know, chat typically votes on the goldens. Yeah. We just have 11 more. Or I guess 10 more if you're not counting Farewell Golden. Their songs are fire. Thanks, Jake. Yo, can we see the bills folder? You are not the first person to ask that. That's crazy. Also, it's just a bunch of pictures of duck bills. "5A was not a speed run for TJ." Yeah, 5A was scuffed. It made me really hate Seekers, and also like it's one of the main reasons I moved to 5B quickly in runs. How do you learn speed running from just vanilla? What do you mean? What's up, Slons, by the way? You use speedrun tool in the mod, and also I've just been following this Average Imposter video series. He basically breaks it down for you. And you just learn the strats in those videos. I think I died on 6A in the last room once. Oh my god, rip. Wait, like the part where you're double dashing? Is there a way to die there? Thanks for the good luck on Goldening Farewell, Oganesson. That's going to be a whole, probably specific arc of the stream. Like currently I have the series titled as like, how fast can I 115% the game? But the title is probably going to change to like Farewell Golden or something. Like that probably warrants its own thing at that point. Once we get there. If anyone does 3A before 4A or 5A, you're wrong. 4AG and 5AG are way easier than 3AG. I'd agree. I think mentally they're just easier. 3A just really, like, I rage quit 3A, if we're being honest. I only did speedrunning with a lot of experience in Celeste, so I wonder how you go about learning, like, the mechanics. I mean, I've played Strawberry Jam up to the beginning of Advanced Lobby, so I've learned, like, a bunch of the fundamental mechanics. Also, chat's been backseating me. Like, I've only really played Celeste on stream until the speedrunning any % arc. So, like, I've had chat telling me advice and basically giving me solves and solutions for a long time. But yeah. Also, just like the classic get good thing, you know? Like, I've watched these videos and when Average Imposter tells you that you need to extended hyper in a room, you just do it. Yeah, thanks, SKW Slice. Yeah, for anyone else curious, if you go to the Discord under the My Music section of information, you can find our band on Spotify and such. When you're doing D-sides, I think we plan for me to do Monica's D-sides, right, guys? I don't know. I guess I'm probably, I don't know, thoughts? By the time I'm like around sub 40, would I be ready for D-sides? I know people were talking about like it was getting into expert territory. D-sides, rip. Yeah, join the Discord, guys. We also currently have a vote going for Variety Friday, which we're doing on Friday. It's looking like Undertale Yellow, but if you want to vote in that poll, be sure to jump in there. When will you continue with Advanced? I'm not sure. Presumably at some point. But we took a little bit of a break from Strawberry Jam to Speedrun. But I'm sure we'll probably get back to it, and I'm sure it'll be one of those classic, like, one hand washes the other. We'll do some Goldens, we'll get better at the game. We'll do some speedrunning, get better at the game. We'll do higher level Strawberry Jam shit. We'll do higher level modded stuff. Same as it ever was. I mean, in my opinion, you're ready right now. Just expect to be stuck on rooms. Yeah, that's probably fair. The hard thing about Celeste is that you're kind of spoiled for choice, right? There's a lot of stuff you can do. So I guess my best answer is like, I'm doing any % right now because my main goal is to get a sub 40. And the only reason I'm doing a golden stream tomorrow is just to like feel it out, get a pulse check on it. If I'm able to get the 3A golden next stream and like I'm feeling kind of good about goldens again, I'll probably try and rack up some goldens real quick. But my plan and intent would be after we get all the, again, easily available goldens, I'll probably speedrun more. None of the other songs are loading for me. Do you guys have a YouTube you post them on as well? I don't think so. Unless YouTube is auto-posting them for us. You could try searching the band on YouTube. I don't really know. Honestly, Undertale is peak. The community just ruins it. I agree, Oganesson. And the community has kind of ruined it in this stream. They hop in and they are very weird. They're very weird, but the game's awesome. To be honest, expert and GM is where it gets really hard. It can take up to hours sometimes for rooms. Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of worried about. Like, I'm very aware at this point of like what feels kind of entertaining to stream. And I feel like the hard thing about upper level rooms is I kind of have to like hard focus on the room and I can't focus on chat as much. Whereas when you're speedrunning, there are times where you kind of have to lock in, but for the most part, you can be a little bit more of a chatty Cathy, which I like in my streams. But as Strawberry Jam levels were getting tougher, I realized I kind of had to like turn off like my chat brain and just focus on trying to fucking figure out the level. Yeah, the Undertale streams were fun. The Deltarune ones were tough, yeah. Nothing would be the Deltarune Chapter 2 stream. Yeah, that was crazy. Thankfully, it got under control after like the first 30 minutes, but yeah, it was just weird. Anyway, more to video.
With consistency. That's why the maximum potential of sub 50 strats was so low, coming in at around 32 minutes.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's around 32.
That may sound a bit discouraging, but what I will say is that the remaining game mechanics that exist for us to learn are game changers.
Speedrunning, there are many long stretches where you can't read chat, but Goldens and maps, you can read chat whenever you want. Yeah, to each their own.
They speed up.
I think the more comfortable you get with speedrunning, nah, I actually don't care. It's personal preference at the end of the day. I actually don't care.
Individual rooms substantially, and in a lot of ways make them easier to traverse. Easier traversal and more speed equals more consistency and easier times. Think of this video as the intermediate mechanics video I should have made a long time ago, fused with the sub 40 video, since they really do go hand in hand when breaking through these time barriers and refining our understanding of Celeste mechanics. With the help of the new tech, strats, and optimizations, you'll see that the lowest feasible time has come down drastically. A whole minute and a half. How are we gonna do this?
Is that drastic? Wait, he just said 32 and he said a minute and a half. Doesn't that add up to more, or am I misunderstanding what he said? Why is this math not adding up? Well, he's led me this far. I'll trust him.
Like I said, itty-bitty bits of tech and lots of movement optimization. These are the main focuses for this video. So
wait, he's going down there instead of up. Have I been going the wrong way? Or is that a new route when you get goated?
Focus. Why are you just staring at the screen? Move, move, move! And by that, I mean start moving in a more optimal way. This is what I'm talking about.
Sub 40 changes the route. Okay, cool. I was about to freak out. Thank you. Damn, okay. It's getting crispy. The thing though is like when I watch shit like this, like what I like about watching the higher level Celeste speed runs is I like how fluid it is. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's fucking hard, but I bet there's a certain level of neural activation and satisfaction that comes when it feels like the game is flowing. You know what I mean? I feel like I've experienced that quite a bit with Super Mario 64, and anyone who speedruns Super Mario 64 knows what I'm talking about. Like, when you do Dark World Reds and you make Shigeru Cycle, you feel like there is nothing better you can ever get out of gaming. Now, I say that as someone who I have attempted making Shigeru Cycle outside of runs probably 1,000 times now, and I've made it maybe twice. But when you make it, you feel really good. And like the cool thing about Celeste is like, it's, we've talked about this before. It's all gas, no brakes. Like you don't have to do castle movement the same way. And not to say that castle movement in Super Mario 64 isn't still like, you know, there's still platforming elements and optimizations that you need to make, but there's no overworld in Celeste. It's just like the main level, get from point A to point B as fast as possible. So that's what I'm really excited about. And what's sparking joy from watching these particular segments of the video is it's just like, I like seeing solves for rooms where Maddie does not stop moving. And not only does she not stop moving, she has that like momentum either constant or the acceleration of it building constantly. Like that shit, That's fucking awesome, dude. That excites me so much. Yeah, a lot of things is not strats, but connecting rooms fluidly. Exactly. It's like, it was such a, like, transitioning into like a hyper B-hop was like a revelation for me. I was like, oh my God. It was like, I felt my fucking whole perspective, just my whole paradigm shift and my third eye open. I was like, whoa. And I'm sure there's just like even higher level shit like that, you know? When you doing Geometry Dash Extreme Demons, I've never played Geometry Dash, but I think it's in Variety Friday suggestions. Would y'all want to see me play that? We could run in the poll at some point. Reminds me of the works of, I'm not sure who that is. I hate the GD community. Rip.
What does all this do for us? Well, here, this is a fairly straightforward table showcasing how much time is being saved with slightly more optimal strats in different checkpoints. Just look at all that time improvement in Chasm! Well, there's not a ton of time to save there in the grand scheme of things, but it is a big difference in the scope of City as an individual level. So, to demonstrate time save across an entire any % run, I felt looking at the amount of seconds saved with strats in tandem with how big of an improvement it is from the previous set of strats I've given would help direct where we need to focus our practice on. That paired with some of your suggestions in the comments for chapters you've been struggling with, and we've got ourselves a path to success! For now, we have a lot to go through before getting to the sub 30.
I trust this. Supers, hypers, extended. Wait, I think this is just a compiled list of what he said earlier. Wave dashes, bunny hops, crouch dash with a demo, 2 jump buttons. Well, yeah, this is just like a more readable version of what he literally dropped at the beginning of the video. Auto scrolling.
Barrier, since we'll no longer be held back by our tech knowledge.
Honestly, this is just a smart YouTube creator thing. I think he just wanted to make sure that you've like, if you're literally discovering this series from this video in the algorithm, like you should watch the other videos.
But by how we use that tech, and by extension, how well we use it. Are you ready? I guess you wouldn't be this deep into the World Record Pace series if you weren't, so let's get moving! First things first, buffering. You've probably heard this term thrown around a ton, especially with other games, and it can be pretty confusing. So let's make the
Guys, can we play nice in chat? We're all good. We're all getting along here. The vibes are good. It's all good. It's all good. Look, let's all take a group breath. Ready? It's okay, man. We don't all have to like the same games. And when someone doesn't like the same game as you or feels some type of way about it, you're okay. I shall behave. It's all good. You're all good, Oganesson. Geometry Dash, more like Geometry Dash.
this as simple
We're all chilling, y'all. We're all chilling.
as possible. What's buffering? Well, first let's dash really quickly twice in a row. Wow, how exhilarating. Wait, seriously, let's clip that and look a little deeper into what I did. This clip lasts 16 frames from beginning to end.
What did I miss? We're looking at frame data now.
You can see that with the first dash, once I hit the button, the dash goes through. That's normal. But take a look at when I press and start holding the button. The second dash doesn't activate. In fact, nothing happens for 4 more whole frames than...
I'm going to be so honest with y'all. This feels like a lecture right now, and a bit of my brain is turning off, but I'm going to trust the process. I know for some of you, you see stuff like this, and like, it's neuron activation for you. For me, it's a lean out moment. My brain's just kind of like, uh-huh. And I'm not saying that to be like rude or anything. I'm being honest about like what my internal experience is right now. This is my element. Yeah, I have a feeling some people in chat are just like, I love this shit. This for me is just kind of like, whoa.
Suddenly, there's that second dash. This isn't a mistake. This is buffering. While the first dash was true to button press, the second dash could not come out just yet because of an action restriction. In this case, dash cooldown was preventing me from inputting another dash. But the moment the game recognizes a frame where my second dash was inputted and held, and dash cooldown isn't holding me back, the dash goes through. The 4 frames I mentioned before are collectively known as the buffer window.
Y'all remember this. This is important. I can tell even with my like monkey brain, this is important. Because certain actions are going to... Here, let me posit this. I know nothing about this like frame data stuff, but I would assume that different actions, in-game actions, have different buffer windows. Maybe I'm crazy for saying that.
This window is
3B Music Fire, agreed.
different from game to game, but in Celeste, this window is open for 4 frames.
This will be big in 6A Battlein? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That makes a ton of sense.
This means that I can press and hold an input anywhere within these 4 frames before it's able to be executed, and the game will still allow the action from that input.
Correct, except it's just 10 frames for pausing and 4 frames for everything else. I guess I was talking on a general basis. I didn't mean just for Celeste. I mean in games, certain actions potentially have different buffer windows. But that would make sense if in Celeste, having different buffer windows is probably pretty strange. You probably want your buffer window to be uniform for actions. Otherwise, your game's going to feel odd. I don't really know what I'm talking about.
To be executed on what we'll call the action frame. If I press and hold a button too early where the input lies outside of this buffer window, then the game won't recognize my input as an action on the action frame. This does wonders for consistency. If an input between frames -4 and 0 will...
Yeah, maybe that's why, because my point of reference is Super Mario 64, right? And that's just crazy with the frame data, you know?
Cause an action to happen on frame 0 anytime, that means we'll have 5 whole frames to be frame perfect for so many strats. This involves transition frames to be frame
Yeah,
perfect.
sorry, this is important. For the non-software developers in chat, 0 is like the first index of something. I know it can be confusing.
For so many strats. This involves transition tech, bubble setups, and so many other useful bits of tech we won't get into just yet. So to reiterate, buffering means that you're under some action restriction, so your input is not yet able to become an action. But if an input is pressed and held up to 4 frames before the next available action frame, your input will become an action on that next available action frame. And that action you have committed is known as the buffered action.
So, and this is why it's important to just like, you should hold the button so that it can come out as soon as possible. Like, here's the thing. I understand like going deep with this, but I'm thinking of practical use. The reason why you want to buffer an input is because that action will come out as soon as possible, right? That's why you do it. Because now you don't have to like wait and like press it right on time. It's just ready to go as soon as possible. That's why we're talking about this, right? Correct? Okay. Honestly, I appreciate him going into the details because I do think that buffering inputs can sometimes be like a very vague, borderline esoteric feeling topic. So I do think that this demonstration, there's quite a bit of value to it, but my brain is just like, okay, why? Why are we talking about this? Why? And maybe he's going to go on to say that, or he's already said it in so many words. Oh, that's a good point, Yogo. Since it's on fixed frames, it sets up position consistently. Right. Oh, yeah. Because that is like, I bet I'm going to look back at some of my runs like even a month from now, and I'm going to be like, geez, dude, my fucking like positioning was just always all over the place when it came to when it comes to like setting up tech. It's crazy. It always happens at the exact same time, which helps with some setups. Yes, position and timing is going to become paramount. Important for especially some modded stuff. Nice. He does also say specifically what you need to worry about practically. Nice. I love how much leniency mechanic Celeste has. Me too. Welcome back, Gaming Paradise. But good. That's important. Like, I needed to vocalize that so that I could make sure that I was taking away the proper thing from what he was so painstakingly trying to explain to me, the viewer and learner. Because I am a strong proponent of like, if someone gives you a lesson, but you didn't take away anything from it, you just wasted the person giving the lessons time. Now, of course, in video form, it's like, okay, go back until you understand it, but you know. the neuron activation for Celeste is starting. It's going to be pretty fun.
Got it? Now let's move on to another long explanation. Now we're getting...
I'm scared. Okay, wait. Let me take a sip of water. Let me take a sip of water to prepare my neurons. Let me blink like 5 times. Okay, I'm ready for another long explanation. We're at Ultras now? When you start Celeste, did you think you'd get this far? That's the beautiful thing. Here. I'm so glad you asked that question, Gaming Mitkex. For those of you in chat who have been along for most of the Celeste streams and the Celeste journey, has it sounded like I thought I would come this far with it? I feel like for a long time I've been saying, no? Oh. It did. Thank you, Angel. That was the answer. I was like, if you go back and you watch my Celeste streams, it's pretty clear that I'm hooked. And I'm like, I want to, like, even when I was like in 100% of Celeste, I was talking about like, I want to get all the Goldens in this game. And that's why I feel so gratified, because I know that there's going to be a point where I get all the Goldens and like people are going to go back and they're going to see me like play this game for the first time and fall in love with it. And I will have just like spoken my reality into existence, and they'll be like, oh shit, he really meant what he said. And I'll be like, yeah, I did. Otherwise I wouldn't have said it. No, at the beginning, I feel like since the first Any Percent stream, I was like, let's keep going, guys. Nice, what's next? Asking chat what's next. I wasn't just blowing hot air up your asses. I genuinely wanted to know. I wanted to know what next steps were. Fair enough, though.
Into Ultras. If you've watched any high-level...
Maybe I was mincing my words more than I thought. Today we sub 50. Tomorrow we blindfolded Golden Monica's Farewell D-side. Now, I don't know if I'll do all that. Exactly. The further I've gotten, the further I wanted to go, which I imagine is how most people have gotten. Yes, Celeste is just that addicting. I imagine most people who get into Celeste, if it activates your neurons the right way, if the game is for you, you go spiraling down the way most of us have. Why you say blowing hot air up your ass? What that mean? I will do you one better. I will get the official meaning. Blowing hot air up ass meaning. To be blowing hot air, no, we'd hate AI overviews here. But blowing smoke. But also like, okay, so I did a portmanteau. Blowing hot air can be just like you're saying some shit. Blowing smoke up someone's ass is the saying. But it's a figure of speech that means that one person is complimenting another insincerely. You know? So what I'm trying to say is like, I was never just like, wow, this game's really cool, guys. Wow, tell me more about it. Like, I genuinely wanted to know. You understand? Which some people would be insincere. They would have been like, wow, tell me more about Celeste. I don't give a shit, but tell me more, you know? Anyway. Let's finally learn about Ultras officially.
Any percent runs before, you're probably familiar with this pattern of dashes that happens in a lot of places. It always seems to be a wave dash or an extended hyper, anything that gives you hyper speed into some downward diagonal right after getting that speed.
Sorry, my brain was wandering for a second. I need to go back.
You're probably familiar with this pattern of dashes that happens in a lot of places. It always seems to be a wave dash or an extended hyper.
Ultra Kill? I have played Ultra Kill. That was one of the Variety Friday votes, I think a couple weeks ago, and I streamed the whole game until I beat it on regular difficulty. But that was a brutal stream. That shit had me exhausted.
Anything that gives you hyper speed into some downward diagonal right after getting that speed, followed by a jump after you hit the ground. And that series of inputs gives you all of this sudden, what you might call, ultra speed. Huh? Get it? Huh? Comment down below.
Have you played Cruelty Squad? I don't know what Cruelty Squad is. Oops. Also, for those of you who don't know, if you want to suggest any games, you can join the Discord and throw like the title of the game in Variety Friday suggestions. We have quite a few recommendations at this point. It's a bit hard on the eyes. I see what you mean. Another Finnish. I almost said Finnish. Finnish. Yeah, this. Oh my god, the color scheme, bro. I mean, I'll play anything. If people vote on it, I'll play anything. It's for the community.
Hello, at what point you think you get all of that crazy extra speed?
I think it does not come from this. And chat, don't spoil. Let me think. It's one of these. Okay, so you have the momentum, you're colliding with the ground, and then you jump. No, I feel like hitting the ground is what stores the momentum, and then the jump is what releases it. This is kind of like a conversation of potential energy and what's the other? Active energy? It comes from the game code. I mean, that's the most accurate. I think it's the impact. I think it's the fact that like you have momentum. If there's anything I've learned, like it feels like the impact is what does it. Because I'm thinking about wall bounces. And there's something that happens with the game code when you make an impact with a surface that like makes the momentum multiplicative. That's my assumption.
Choices. Oh, we've already done this bit. So surely the downright dash is giving you speed, right? It's the most obvious. How the heck does touching the ground make you gain
I was fucking right.
speed, you may be asking? Well, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Just accept that it happens, don't think too hard about it. It only looks like you gain more momentum from the diagonal dash because you preserve your momentum from the hyper. This means you're...
What's up, Juro? We got... Oh, yo, maybe. Thanks for following on Twitch. Appreciate ya. From the YouTube side, now on the Twitch side, now on both sides, coming from both sides. Juro, we got a sub 50 today. Oh, shit. Sorry, I still have this shit up. My bad, my bad. Here you go, Juro. Bang. Sorry, I forgot I still have my Goldens up. I was showing people where we were at with Goldens. Yeah, thanks, man. Or woman. Or NB. Thank you. Jumping also always gives you a small speed boost.
holding onto all that speed for the whole time you're in
Woman, yes. True.
the dash state while moving diagonally. Now let's get rid of all these other bits and bobs and only focus on our interaction with the ground to make it real simple. You don't even need any preserved momentum for an ultra boost. Here's the speed of a regular diagonal dash.
What's New Blood Studios?
And here's the speed of a diagonal dash into the ground. There's that ultra boost. But obviously, that's not how we're gonna use or talk about ultras in our 90% runs. Once that dash ends...
What's the end is nigh? Oh, this does look cool. Yeah, we got a bunch of cool suggestions in Variety Friday, but literally, y'all, we can never have enough. If you have games that you want to see me play on stream, join the Discord, throw them in suggestions. We'll get to them. We'll get to them one day. That is my promise. Oh, shit. Whoops.
we lose that ultra boost.
Oh, it's by the creator of Super Meat Boy? I played that back in the day.
So, that means we gotta take things to a higher level. Literally.
Wait, sorry. My short-term memory already forgot what we were talking about.
So, our 90% runs. Once that dash ends, we lose that ultra boost. So, that means we gotta take things... Once that dash ends, that's not how we're gonna use or talk about ultras in our 90% runs. Once that dash ends, we lose that ultra boost. So, that means we gotta take things to a higher level. Literally. What we really want is all this speed.
Yeah, and if you could update it when you have a chance, I'd appreciate it. I know it's hard to keep up with, but yeah, that would be great. Appreciate ya.
And pizzazz. Like I said,
We also haven't been doing Variety Friday, so I know it's also like not top of mind when we're not doing it, but we are right back to our regularly scheduled programming.
before, by using hypermomentum and immediately trying to diagonal dash toward the ground, we'll get 1.2 times whatever speed we hit the ground with. We also get to keep that 1.2 times speed this time around since we're hitting the ground after our dash ends. Lastly, if you remember from our handy dandy basic mechanics guide, you get plus 40 more speed tacked on after a jump. So as long as that jump is not buffered, you're flying to your heart's content. You don't want to buffer the
Guys, you can't buffer the jump.
jump on your ultras, or else you may not get your 1.2 times speed since you have to collide with the ground in order to get it. And Celeste is weird in a way where you can jump off the ground without colliding with it. One of the few exceptions to buffer is for the jump on this ultra, but for the most part, just make sure you slide a teeny bit before jumping and you'll be fine. This is one of the most fun mechanics in the game, in my opinion, and map makers love implementing this mechanic into mods. In fact, here's a very popular one if you want to gain some practice and familiarity with how it all works. Although you're not gonna do all this in any percent run, yeah. So, for simplicity's sake, in Celeste, we just refer to this whole chain of momentum going into a downward diagonal dash into a jump.
Is Ultra School good? Touching ground does not equal colliding with ground. That is fun.
As an ultra to get the intent of the mechanic across. So from now on, that's how we'll be talking about it. The intent chain of momentum going into a downward... For simplicity's sake, in Celeste, we just refer to this whole chain of momentum going into a downward diagonal dash into a jump as an ultra to get the intent of the mechanic across. So from now on, that's how we'll be talking about it.
And that is more than I've ever understood an Ultra. That is more than I've ever... a quick golf clap for Average Imposter. Thank you. So we need to start looking for... Well, I'm sure as we learn the strats throughout this video or whatever, like there are probably going to be points where we introduce Ultras to our runs, and then y'all are going to want to start treating me with a little more respect. Once y'all start seeing me drop a casual Ultra in my speedrun attempts, you're going to be like, holy shit. I didn't know TJ moved like that. I didn't know TJ got movement like that. This guy couldn't even do a wall bounce a couple months ago. Damn. You already have all my respect. What do I do now? Well, thank you. Ultras are expert tech. You're looking at them. You know, what is tech and what is difficulty of tech other than just arbitrary categorizations that we have given them as players? Who's to say that a Celeste beginner can't learn how to Ultra? Expand your mind.
Finally, moving on to corner boosts.
You are very expert. Thank you.
These are pretty straightforward. Just have some...
We've been learning how to corner boost. We learned how to corner boost in chapter 7. Weird take. I think skating is the closest you can get to speedrunning tech in real life. I got to work on skating.
Momentum while flying into a corner, then climb jump. This could be a wave dash or hyper into a corner, a dash into a corner. Yeah, mostly just those two with a few exceptions. We spoke about this at the very end of the sub 50 guide just to make you aware of it.
I was listening, Average Imposter. I already said that to everybody. I said that. I was paying attention.
But now it gets serious. Now we're going to learn how this mechanic actually works. Corner boosts work by preserving the momentum you have leading up to the climb jump, then the climb jump itself gives you a small boost in horizontal speed.
You want to know why, y'all? Let me make a random guess off of the same thing that taught us Ultras. Touching the surface. Or colliding with the... I don't remember the difference. You get it? Surfaces matter for momentum in this game. You might not get it, but I do.
How much speed?
Rip my skin off my knee while skating? 0 out of 10, don't recommend. That sounds terrible. I used to, or like, there was a time in 6th grade when everybody stopped like biking and they started skateboarding instead. And I remember I like got a cheap skateboard from Walmart. And I tried to learn how to do an ollie, and I never learned how to do it.
Well, how much speed does any jump give you? Boom, it all makes sense. 3 parts to consider here.
And there's a part of me just like subtly eating away myself on the inside. I'm like, I want to learn how to do a skateboard trick. You should start skating. It's fun. Yeah, I think so.
The momentum leading to the climb jump itself, and whether or not we executed a good versus bad corner boost.
Oh, sorry. I forgot why I said that. Yeah, I fell one time and like I did the thing where like you land on asphalt on your wrists and then like you have like the ouchies on them. And I was like, wow, I never want to do this again.
Wait.
But that's probably because I'm a risk-averse person who doesn't like getting hurt.
Itself, and whether or not we executed a good versus bad corner boost. Wait. A good versus bad corner boost? So let's break this down. You've got momentum going into a corner. Cool. Now it's time to climb jump. This can go one of 2 ways. Either you climb jump before hitting the wall, or you climb jump after hitting.
I think he's about to call my ass out because I think I've had some bad corner boosts on that chapter 7 shit. I think he's about to call my ass out here.
In other words, you either get the good corner boost where you add that plus 40 speed of the climb jump to your momentum before it's preserved by interacting with the wall, or you get the bad.
Or are the strawberries carrots? Probably a mod he has. I did not see that someone did a 1260. That's crazy.
Corner boost, which means you hit the wall first, lose all speed
You think the 7A one is always bad? Not sure. Okay. Maybe I was just being self-conscious then. Thank you.
momentarily, then climb jump, and you end up with the same speed you had before hitting the wall. Now that wouldn't be very top level 40-minute threshold breaking speedrunner of us, would it? It's not over yet though. Time to break it down even further. Hitting a wall before inputting a corner boost is not the only way to get a bad corner boost. You can also run into a corner at a bad speed or position, and there's not much you can usually do about that. But there's 2 things we can keep in mind for a better chance at landing good corner boosts. First rule of thumb, buffer, you remember that one, huh? We just talked about it. Your climb jump before hitting a corner. That way you can guarantee a climb jump on the very first possible frame. It won't guarantee good corner boosts, but at least make them more likely to happen. Second rule of thumb, try to have a setup or cue that lines you up just right for a corner boost. You'll see these setups later in plenty of places including Resort and Ridge. While good corner boosts are nice, we're just trying to make sure we hit them. So in order to guarantee any corner boost, you have to be high enough on a wall where after jumping, you can get around the wall in 4 frames. If you're too low on a wall or delay the climb jump for too long, well, you ain't going anywhere. And that'll bring me to my last note. 2 jump buttons will help so much from here on out. Please, I can't stress this enough. Make life easier on yourself, especially with what's to come. Namely, dream double jumps. Getting out of a dream block, you learned you could jump. Now with that handy dandy second jump. Hint, hint. You can press both jumps back to back out of a dream block and get even more distance and speed. Unfortunately, it can't ever be that simple. First things first,
Oh my God.
you gotta buffer jump out of the block. Now, while you've only got 5 frames to jump because of that precious buffer window, you'll still have 8 more frames to do a second jump because of freeze frames and coyote frames. Boom! Sub-hour guide knowledge application coming in clutch. To put it simply, optimally, you have 5 frames to press the first jump, then 8 frames to press the second jump, and boom, speed. You'll also hear 2 jump sound effects when done appropriately. If you only hear one, you only did one. So try it again, and again, and again, until you can feel out those windows for both jumps. Practice. This takes a lot to be consistent. And with said practice, I'm sure you'll find it pretty useful. But arguably not as useful as Dream Hypers. This is bizarre. You know those coyote frames? Well, if you're allowed to jump using them, you're definitely allowed to hyper using them as well. So it should be as easy as pressing jump and dash at the same time while you're leaving a dream block, right? Don't answer that. You already know the answer. There's always got to be an explanation. Think about what we need to hyper. We need to be in the dash state, we need to be crouched, and we have to jump while in that dash state. And we know that to be crouched, we either have to diagonal dash or demo dash. I'm telling you right now, don't you dare diagonal dash for your dream hypers. So demo dash it is. Quick tip about these coyote frames. You don't get a ton of time to abuse them. It's only 5 frames. So I'd recommend pressing and holding your demo button after exiting a dream block, then shortly afterward, press jump while exiting a dream block. Oh yeah, you also can't use your coyote.
So here's... I think this part of the video, like when you learn the strats in the video, his expectation is you will go back to these sections as you are learning the strats to like I think he's just getting it out of the way now because like you'll run into it. You'll be like, how the fuck do I dream jump again? And then you'll go to the dream jump section, right? So I'm not too worried about fully understanding what the fuck's going on right now. You still can't do dream double jumps? If Angel can't do dream double jumps, I'm never learning how to do I'm kidding. But that's good to know. 2 brain cells working that cranium of yours? I'm saying, bro, I feel like brain rotted right now. It's because I expended all of my mental on getting the sub 50 today. Used to diagonal dash, it makes it so much harder. You have a bad habit of diagonal dashing. I need to cut to the point more. See, this room, that's the only place you use Dream Hypers, I'm pretty sure. Okay, hell yeah. Those strats are kind of hard at first, but you'll get consistent at it. Don't worry, more expert tech. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? This is with any hobby. And I've heard about this with like guitar over the years too. Like, I can't remember where, but it's like, if you're learning a song or you're learning anything, something you don't know only starts as something you don't know, right? If you feel overwhelmed, that's fine. But like, there will be a time when you do know it and it doesn't feel overwhelming, right? But every single thing you've ever learned in your life was at one point something you didn't know. I know that sounds like very pedestrian to say, but it's an important thing to remind yourself of. You will know it. Give it time. Give it practice. And then it will form and join part of the neural network that is you being a fucking tasty Celeste player. And it'll make you even better at even more tech to come, presumably. I'm saying with no experience. I'm scared.
Frames if you try the diagonal dash dream hypers. So again, use your demo dash. Now let's get into the execution. Like I said, this isn't as simple as demo dash and jump at the same time. You've got to hit it during either the freeze frames or coyote frames that exist after leaving the block. A good visual can be to look ahead at the white edge of the dream block before exiting, then quickly pressing jump after demo after Madeline passes that white line. Simple concept, difficult tech to master. Practice this like a billion times in places like 7A 1000 meters, since that's really only one of 2 places you'll be using it in your run, but it's still important.
That's what y'all said.
Keep in mind, you cannot buffer demo dashes while crouched in midair. You can see this by trying to demo dash in the air twice back to back. If you're still crouched when going for that second demo, you'll simply uncrouch. This is important here because you don't want to enter a dream block crouched, or you'll exit crouched and get a dream super instead when trying to dash. We really don't need those. Stick to dream hypers. Hey! You still with me? We're almost done with the mechanics, I promise. Last note. It's less of a specific tech and more of a methodology to take with us on our speedrunning journey. What are some of our mantras up to this point? Practice with purpose, try hard stuff and choose the strats that work for you, have fun, practice with purpose, again.
When you making a TJ Discord tag, what are you talking about? What does that mean?
So one more addition to all that is to keep movement optimization in mind when analyzing your runs. This involves observing your wall bounce heights, how soon you're hypering when landing on the ground, getting rid of unnecessary climb jumps. Yes, Tio is watching. And plenty
Wait, sorry, I missed this.
more when analyzing your runs. This addition to all that is to keep movement optimization in mind when analyzing your runs. This involves observing your wall bounce heights, how soon you're hypering when landing on the ground, getting rid of unnecessary climb jumps. Yes, Tio is watching. And plenty more. You'll see that with the new IL videos, movement is massively cleaned up and optimized, not just by using the new mechanics, but by shortening the times where I'm not moving or may be in the air for too long. Heck, even
That's what I'm saying. I was already talking about that when we were jumping into this video. I was like, I like when like Because I know I have a lot of dead air and like hang time and stuff where like I'm kind of fiddling back and forth and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't jump yet. And then I do it. You know what I mean?
Fast falling counts as movement optimization. Okay. We're done with the mechanics. Let's
Is Dream Double Jump actually GM tech?
get on with the show. We've seen the full
Yay.
run twice now through the sub-hour and sub-50 guides, and I think a lot of movement is starting to get redundant. So that's where the table I mentioned before comes into play. I'll still be introducing some of the tech mentioned up through cities since there's a lot to work on there, but being able to see which checkpoints have the most improvement in terms of strat choice helps narrow our vision to work on some critical points in the any % speedrun. Also, hopefully, it'll end up making this video a lot shorter. Last, but very important
It did not make it shorter.
note before we start. If a room is in this video, it's worth practicing. Give each and every one of these strats a fair shot. For the room
That's the one that... Secure account does. That was in the secure
that would
account run,
require
the world
warping,
record run.
give each and every one
This
of these
thing.
strats a fair shot. For the rooms that would require more practice than you think, I'll throw this berry up in that corner. That doesn't mean you should ignore it, or else that'll come to
Yeah, I got a second jump button.
hurt you when you're going for sub 30 eventually. That being said, if you can't find the consistency for the rooms showing that golden
sorry, I
beam,
wasn't
that
listening.
doesn't mean you practice than you think. Each and every one of these strats a fair shot. For the rooms that would require more practice than you think, I'll throw this berry up in that corner. That doesn't mean you should ignore it, or else that'll come to hurt you when you're going for sub 30 eventually. When you practice than you think, I'll throw every one of these strats a fair shot. For the rooms that would require more practice than you think, I'll throw this berry up in that corner. That doesn't mean you should ignore it, or else that'll come to hurt you when you're going for sub 30 eventually. That being said, if you can't find the consistency for the rooms showing that golden berry in the corner, then don't be afraid to drop those strats. Again, give them a fair shot. You won't be good or consistent at a lot of these rooms at first, but practice and repetition are the keys to your success. So, without further ado, we've got our mechanics, we've got our mantras, we've got our speedrun tool, and we've got our determination. As well as too much time on our hands. So, let's go. Prologue. Same old story. Get less than 30 seconds and you get a gold star. Okay, now.
Yeah, we're already on pace for world record with our prologue. Okay, hold on. Let me take notes. Also, I'm sorry. I need to go to the bathroom again. I have to pee again. 10-8 sub 40. No. I think I'm going to jump around this video quite a bit. Minimum, I want to get like all of our new goal times. You know what I mean? I think we probably won't get too granular with it, but I think I want to get the new goal times for each level. If that makes sense. I will be right back, but I will not let you sit in solitude with your own thoughts. I'll have this play. 8 jump buttons? Give me time. I'll be sure. Man, this guy's a streamer. Yeah. back. Yo, what's up, Cork? Thanks for the GG. Oh, there. All right. For those of you just now joining us, I have gotten the sub 50. And we are now watching the sub 40 video. I don't think we're going to watch all of it. I don't think we're going to get into labbing the tech today. But I just want to get an overview of the kind of shit we're going to start having to learn. And I want our goal times for each level. So again, not a super fine-tooth comb, but we want an idea of where we're at and where we're going, you know? Sub 40 is really dense, but it's a gold mine. Average Imposter just taught us about ultras and shit, and it was crazy. What's up, Autumn? Thanks for the GGs. Yeah. Something tells me we're going to be real Celesters when we come on the other side of sub 40. None of that fake shit you've been hearing about. All right, well, let's see what Forsaken City looks like right now. I probably will, again, we probably won't watch this whole video, but I think the changes to Forsaken City will give us pretty good perspective, and then I might just hop around and like look at goal times. Unless there's any specific strats anyone in chat wants me to look at, just because they're kind of cool. If y'all have any ideas of what you want me to specifically highlight, I'm down. You can just use sub 50 guide to get sub 40 lob, but these strats can be fun. Yeah, for sure. And I honestly, like, I wanted to ask y'all about that. Like, they are higher level stuff. We probably don't need this, but I do like the idea of just becoming a sweatier and sexier Celeste player. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not afraid. I like the idea of, like, I just want to go fast, you know? I want to go fast. The sub 40 individual lovers are sub 30 times. This will get you to sub 40 sooner. You don't need them, but it's nice to have more wiggle room. My 36 is like mostly sub 50 with some sub 40 and also no 5B. I mean, that's based. Swag greater than speed. I do want to be swaggy. What can I say? I want to be swaggy, man. That's why I love speed running. We'll see. I'll do similar to what I've done with the sub 50 arc. And I'll kind of take it at my own pace. I'll learn stuff off stream. I'll slowly introduce it to runs. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Swagged up white boy. Yeah. Yeah. Wall bounce leniency and corner kicks are pretty cool tech, to be honest. I want to pull off something. Guys, this is every streamer's, or at least every streamer like me's ultimate goal. I want to do some sick, crazy shit, bounce on it wild style, and have chat go pog. Like, if I'm streaming myself speedrunning this game I speedrun and I'm not doing crazy shit, and y'all are like, yo, why are we here? It's entertainment at the end of the day, right? I pog every run, thank God. Like, you guys don't understand how much of an adrenaline rush I felt. I mean, every time when we're on PB pace, but especially today, I wasn't even looking at the timer. I could just see out of the corner of my eye, y'all in chat, counting down the flags, and I was like, this shit is awesome. The sub 40 strats can sub 30 if you do all of them flawlessly with good movement. In practice, a deathless run with these strats would probably be like 33x. In reality, it'll probably get you to like 36-ish before hitting the consistency barrier. Yeah. I think I'm just going to jump into these new strats. I'm going to surrender myself to it. Fuck it. I want to be a really good Celester. Fuck it. Yeah, I said the F word. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, I want to pull out ultras. I want to pull out corner boosts and dream drop distances. Kingdom Hearts. Real ones, no?
Next, Look, we've already
The stage of confidence. Just watch.
gone through this entire run twice now. How different can it really be? Oh no, already? Well, time for quarter boost to commence. At least this one is fairly straightforward. After the transition, don't press any directions, just wave dash, hold jump, and you'll be perfectly set up for a corner boost.
Guys, before we used to go through here and then we dashed and then now this is completely changing. My brain hurts.
Remember to climb jump as soon as you can when approaching the corner. You'll fly right by it, climb jump over the wall, then right dash and wrap up the room. We also talked about movement optimization, and this room is a perfect example of that. What's the difference between these two versions of
Now we're doing the extended hyper. We learned that the first day we were doing we've unlocked it. We're allowed to add the extended hyper again.
this room?
That's fun.
Obviously, one ended up being faster, and on close observation, we can see
I'm gonna have to turn on this speedrun timer to start labbing this shit, huh, y'all? This is the point of the speedrunning where I'm gonna have to do the Usamune for Super Mario 64. I gotta make sure that I have that shit accurate. Accurate. Let's go.
why. This wall bounce is way too long. Even after landing, we're waiting too long to throw out our extended hyper. There's plenty more examples of optimizing movement we'll be seeing, but these are the kind of pauses and extra movement we want to start phasing out in order to get cleaner and faster runs. Of course, there's the issue with greed, and not the kind that draws you cards. You don't want
And greed is my biggest weakness in speedrunning. I'm a greedy speedrunner. Search up 8C Taz. Probably later after this. Wait, does that bonk mod actually make that sound?
to try playing too fast where your consistency suffers and start
funny.
bonking foolishly. Start with small optimizations, get it drilled into your muscle memory, and scale up from there. Oh yeah, we've got more reverses now too. You can do 2 supers if you really wanna. Either way, you'll be saving time. Whatever's more consistent for you.
No, I'm doing a reverse there because I'm like that. Oh, there is a mod for that? That's cool.
And look over here. What? More optimizations? It's a simple climb jump after the transition that lines us up perfectly for an extended super. A wave dash or extended hyper here makes the wall bounce unnecessarily tight with 0 time save to be had. An extended super is still difficult but gives a wider window for the up dash into a wall bounce, then optimally moving through the rest of this room into a wall bounce without a climb
Did I not already do that? Probably cope. I think I didn't do the super.
jump at the end. A climb jump is unnecessary and you will be shamed for it. Just like me. No more wave dash here. We get more height from an extended super. Just make sure you do 2 climb jumps in quick succession to make it over the pillar and grab the wall for the same strat as the sub 50 guide. And now for the biggest change to City. This horrible thing.
Yeah, left
Well,
side.
to be fair,
Left side. I'm a Mario 64 speedrunner. I know all about left side.
it's not that bad. And it is one of the biggest time saves from the last guide in City. Plus, it's got a lot of good lessons for us. We'll need to understand optimal climb jumps, neutrals,
Oh, the transition climb jump. I see. Corner kick.
and corner kicks going into this. If you've got all that under your belt,
The woke left strikes again. Always.
let's proceed with saving over 2 seconds. Kicks going into this for us. We'll need to understand optimal climb jumps, neutrals, and corner kicks going into this. If you've
Does that mean I have to start using my 2 jump buttons for climb jumps? Wah, wah. Guess it had to happen at some point.
got all that under your belt, let's proceed with saving over 2 seconds. From the last room, you should be wave dashing toward this spring and using it to get next to the traffic block on the left. Now let's get this set up right with optimal climb jumps. This involves spacing out your climb jumps so you maximize the height on each jump. One thing to be very careful of here is accidentally activating the block if you don't climb fast enough. So, how fast should you be climbing? You can be a little faster about the first 2 climb jumps on the block, but make sure you get over it on the second jump. This section alone could use some isolated practice. After that, proceed with 2
I don't. It's fine. You just got to time your presses instead, but obviously better to use your second jump. Yeah, I feel like I've been doing that a little bit. Like there are some areas where I just randomly will use my 2 jump buttons, and other times I will just time it. I don't know. It's weird. It might just be a feel thing. When you look to the side, do you see the video or chat? Where I'm looking right now is chat. This is the video. When I look over here, I'm looking at you. When you see me glance like this, it's chat.
More or less anxious but spacious jumps, followed by a third jump being a neutral into a wall kick on the next bit of wall and hold right. You don't have to travel too far to the right for the upright demo dash into the corner kick. Just aim to be smack dab in the middle of this section here.
My binds are such that trying to optimal climb jump, my hands will just tie themselves in knots, so I try to avoid it. Yeah. I am glad that chat backseated me into, I had B as my second jump button, and I changed it to left bumper. And I don't think I'm ever going back. I think it was a good call.
After the upright demo, hit that corner kick, but don't
I don't like neutrals. I'm pretty neutral on neutrals.
hold any directions. If you release your directions early enough while holding jump, you'll land very clear.
They haven't treated me too awfully yet. Left bumper's a great choice. That's what I use too. Hey, W chat. W backseat. Sometimes the backseat. Look, I don't want to open the can of worms and allow people to fully continue backseating the stream willy-nilly, but sometimes the backseats are W. I'll admit it.
Plainly onto the platform. If you've
The enlightened centrist? Yeah, rarely.
got a problem with the upright demo and always fall a little short, this is a situation where a normal upright dash may be better suited for you. Try both, pick the more consistent one, stick with it, you get the pick.
Hot take, the layout of face buttons on current controllers is terrible. What would you argue would be better? Because I want to jump to say yes. I think it is strange. I think it's difficult for like more advanced tech. Like when we lived in a button-based RPG game society where inputs were basically one-to-one, this control scheme made sense. But when we're getting into games with more advanced tech, face buttons make less sense. But this was definitely like with the idea of like, you press A to jump, you press B to grab, you know, but like games aren't necessarily built that way anymore. So while I agree with you, I'm not sure what the alternative would necessarily be. Like mouse buttons, I guess? The fuck is a left bumper? It is the, if you play on a classic controller, the bumpers are the ones towards the front of the controller on top, and the triggers are the ones towards the back that are slightly bigger. 3 to 4 buttons in a diagonal line, maybe? I could see that. N64 controller, but long. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. I see that. Because the thing that makes speedrunning Mario 64 on an N64 controller so nice is that this A and B button, they really feel like they're built to just like, they might as well be making out, man. That shit feels so good to play on. And the C buttons are right there too. I highly recommend an N64 controller, or at least like an N64 type modeled controller if you're playing Super Mario 64, man. And the way you like roll the buttons on like rollouts and stuff, ooh, kind of feels good. 4 trigger buttons on each side, no face buttons. You're just constantly squeezing your controller in different ways. I want a controller that's just based on like haptic feedback of like how you grab it. Like if it's a slight grab, it's one thing. If it's a hard grab, it's another. That'd be so fucking confusing. The new Joy-Con mouse controls surely are the solution. Are there Joy-Con mouse controls? I actually haven't heard about that. When you start using the Nintendo Power Glove, that's the classic. You should do the Wilder Dilder Gilder Super Extended Hyper Dash, where Madeline travels to the 4th dimension to drink 5 Red Bulls to save 0.0005 seconds. I think chat got me to do that in my first any percent video. And to be clear, not when I was speedrunning it. It was my first ever any percent run of the game, just trying to beat the game. And I did pull that off. You can go back and watch it on my channel.
Woo! You're done! Do the same end strat, shoot for a 1 minute 25 second time, and wow, this is gonna be another long video, isn't it? Let's see.
Sorry, average imposter. You've become a pillar of the community. Also, what the fuck? I didn't like this. Guys, remember to like the stream. It pushes it in the algorithm. Also, go to Average Imposters, every single one of Average Imposters' videos, and like them. And subscribe. Okay, this is what we're actually looking for. We're looking for goal times.
You're done! Do the same end strat, shoot for a 1 minute 25 second.
I feel like I'm already close to 1 minute 25 sometimes. Like, I've had quite a few... Sorry, I dropped my controller. I've had quite a few runs where my Forsaken City is well under 145. It's more in the 130 range. But I believe in this. Forsaken City should be 125. I love goal times, man. Oh, yeah, and be sure to subscribe if you're on YouTube. I'm trying to get 1,000 subscribers so I can monetize my YouTube channel. We're literally so close. We're like 80 subs away. We're 80 subs away. We're so close. And then I'll never have to Bing Shill ever again. Oh no, is the half A-Press video no longer a common reference? People have suggested that I watch the half A-Press video. I have not watched it. Presumably I will on stream at some point, to which many will rejoice. Yeah, you'll probably be pretty close in 1 through 2, but a ton of the time save will be in like 3, 6, and 7. That makes sense, Yogo. That makes sense.
Time, and wow, this is gonna be another long video, isn't it?
Again, I won't bore y'all too much with all this. I just kind of want to get the goal times for each of these sections, so let's hop around a bit now.
And speed right through this.
Because I also want to compare and contrast them against the current times we have. So again, Prologue's the same. It's still like you're trying to get roughly 30 seconds. Under 30 seconds is obviously optimal or preferred. Forsaken City for sub 50, we needed 145. Now we need 125. So that's a 20-second improvement. Let's see what our old site time is now. Previously, our old site time for sub 50 was 245. Hey, I'm learning sub 40 stuff right now, so I don't mind seeing the whole video. Oh, hell yeah. Well, let's look at the goal times and we can hop back.
All you need is to practice this room a lot. Consistency. That's going to be a big deal from now on. Just because you can't die doesn't mean...
Something tells me I'm going to learn how to do Awake a lot cooler than I have done. I'm actually trying to play slower right now, so this is not helpful. You should rewind the VOD and watch my speedrun.
You can't lose a lot of time. Anyway, with the wave dash into this room, it should give you enough distance to set up this quick little string of inputs, which boils down to a wave dash followed by a corner boost immediately afterward. If you wave dash early enough, you'll regain your dash and can proceed to right dash when Madeline is hovering over this window, so you land cleanly on the following ledge. Ultra, that'll take you at 15-second time.
215? That's the thing, is like most of my runs on old site, I'm like even optimally playing, I'm barely scraping a 245. I think I've gone under a few times, but like my most consistent time has been like I get a 245 with some change at the end. 30 seconds off of old site's kind of crazy. Damn. That's exciting. All right. Celestial Resort, where we at? Where we at? Our Celestial Resort was... Wait, chat's happening. WD, is that an Undertale reference? Walt Disney. Oh, I also read that as Walt Disney, maybe. Oh, it's on window door. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, actually, what does WD stand for?
It should give you enough.
Oh, wave dash. Ultra kill. Old site should be one of the easier ones to get near the gold time. Most of it is just optimizing movement. Yeah, and I'm excited for like these long straightaways, optimizing those. Oh, it is wave dash. I knew it was a little wave dash hiding in the shadows. I should have known. Anyway, our sub 50 time for Celestial Resort is 8 minutes. Something tells me, since there's a huge section of this, it's going to be a lot better.
Into a right and upright dash to land cleanly at the
Rainbow dash. Wingdings, also a good option.
Now, another up wing jump platform. Woo! Do your fingers hurt?
My fingers already hurt on Oshiro with my sub 50 strats. Uh-oh. Carpal tunnel. If y'all are speedrunning or playing video games, be sure to take breaks. If your brain is addictive and weird like mine sometimes, I know sometimes you'll play through pain. It's no joke, y'all. If it starts hurting, stop. I know the brain juice and dopamine feels good. I know it does. But sometimes you have to put the controller down, even if it's just for 10 minutes. You know? Do as I say and not as I do.
That's stressful. If not during practice, it sure will be during a full any % run. But the stress does show us what kind of strats we'll be capable of when put in these situations. That's why starting practice with checkpoints and working our way up to the full any percent run is super.
Ooh, you start with the room, you do the checkpoints, individual level. I should probably write this down actually, because I feel like my brain is dumb about this sometimes. Room, checkpoint. Yeah, I feel like my brain can be kind of dumb about this. IL. Full game run. I like stuff like this. I like when a process has very like, it's outlined like this. Learning process outline. I kind of do this, but I have a bad habit of kind of going room by room and then just kind of full sending an individual level. I think with stuff at this level, I need to start adding back checkpoints. I have a bit of my own unofficial version of this, but I can do better. Also with a debug map, I'll do checkpoints-ish sometimes, but yeah. I tried it for a second. Game feels completely different without freeze frame. Is not just a bit. Yeah. Someone at school literally came up at me and asked, do you know what sex means? With the most grinniest grin on his face. Sex isn't real? Is that true? What is sex?
Super helpful. It allows us to get used to that stress so we're not shaking and sweating when we're golding all them splits. And this will be especially important in Golden Ridge. Let's look back at this handy wedding. It's bunny hop with an extended hyper.
Bro, didn't give us time.
Down right toward the race snow platform. Right, dash through. Hyper. Your fingers hurt? Was that
Am I crazy? Did he forget to give us a goal time? Who am I?
stressful? If not during practice, it sure will be during a full any percent run. But the stress does show us what kind of strats we'll be capable of when put in these situations. That's why starting practice with checkpoints and working our way up to the full any percent run is super helpful. It allows us to get used to that stress so we're not shaking and sweating when we're golding all them splits. And this will be especially important in Golden Ridge.
Am I crazy? Did I miss the time? Average imposter. What have you done? I'm like a child lost at the supermarket. I don't know what to do. He might say it if you keep watching, but he's moved on to Golden Ridge.
When we're golden all them splits. And this will be a... Let's look back at this handy dandy table because I worked hard on it and I think it's pretty insightful, okay?
It only took like 10 minutes. What are you talking about?
If we look at everything from here on out, we can see that percentage-wise, the change in strats have had the most impact in Ridge. There's a lot of quality of life strats, but also some really tough implementations of tech from our
See, he just goes to Golden
last
Ridge.
two videos. These will both refine your ability to execute and teach some optimal stuff. If you haven't guessed it, improving our abilities and optimizing is the whole point of this video. Have I been referring to optimizing too much already? Let's jump in. Sure, I could talk about this first super and then hyper into down dash.
Does anyone know what a goal time for Celestial Resort should be for sub 40? Does anyone have any ballpark idea? For context, for sub 50 was 8 minutes. Did I miss it? Aiden, did I miss it? Or are you broing at average imposter or me? It says at the start? What? Oh, it says at the start of Celestial Resort?
15-second time into resort. Easily one of the hardest levels in intermediate to advanced
6:15? Wait, what?
speed running. There is no shortage of struggles here. Realistically, if you're looking to make the
Yeah, that's inconsistent with how I did the rest of the video.
biggest difference in your any percent runs, here's where you want to start. City and site are probably getting boring to you, which makes it very easy to skip over practicing resort.
Oh, 6:15 is it? Sorry, I thought you were talking about the timestamp. Oh, okay.
Let's motivate you a bit. We want a time in resort of 6 minutes and 15 seconds or lower. The sooner you shoot for the moon and try getting multiple sub 6 times in your individual practice runs, you'll have a much better time running this game. Practice.
Thanks, y'all. He really hit us with the mix-up. That's crazy. And I'm pretty sure at the end of Golden Ridge, he's going to do it at the
And
end.
start holding right once you get it so you can land in that bubble. Wall bounce your way up.
So anyway, for those of you who couldn't keep up with that whole rigmarole, our goal time before was 8 minutes for Celestial Resort, and now it's 6:15, which, by the way, I think in one of our runs, I hit a 7-minute Celestial Resort before. So it's not too far out of the realm of possibility. But sub 6 minutes, that's probably its own, that's a horse of a whole different color.
Up, wave dash a bunch of times, and be done with Golden Ridge. Whew. We're shooting for a time of 4 minutes here.
4 minutes? Versus 5:15. Damn, we're going to be zooming. Okay. Golden Ridge. Guess I'll become freaking epic at the game. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
It's pretty steep,
I die quite a bit on Golden Ridge, so.
but your practice will be rewarded. We're not out of the woods yet, though, considering there's 3 chapters left,
Yeah, the inconsistency.
and they're quite large. And without all the slowdown, so you know how it's supposed to look.
The Mirror Temple section with 5B. Our target time before the whole Mirror Temple section with 5A and 5B combined was 7:45. I don't know if I ever even did that. I think there's a lot of optimization to be done between my 5A and 5B. That's probably going to be interesting.
Master clean runs and crushing the sub 40 time. You'll be way ahead of the curve when it comes to developing your muscle memory and crushing the sub 40 time threshold. Especially when it comes to one room and mix
But I feel like he's about to drop some nice words of wisdom and encouragement here.
Master as a whole are the first signs of truly grasping Celeste movement. If you put in the practice to get clean runs through these 2 checkpoints, you'll be way ahead of the curve when it comes to developing your muscle memory and crushing the sub 40 time threshold. Especially if you
Nice. I can't wait to get to this part of the video in a month.
can nail down a time of 6 minutes flat here in Temple. But that doesn't mean we're short of any difficult checkpoints in the rest of the any percent run. Well, yeah, going into reflection, start is going
Wait, did he not do it again? Or did he mix it up again?
large. Not out of the woods yet, though, considering there's 3 chapters left, and they're quite large. Luckily, there's not a whole lot to learn from Temple. A lot of the developments from the last guide to this one really come down to little optimized moves and new tech,
Oh, he said 6 minutes? Fuck.
but that
He definitely did. Okay, that one was on me. That one was on me. That one was on me. Damn. Y'all, that's a whole minus a minute 45 seconds. Shit, dude. Fuck. Okay, we're really speedrunning. You got the sub 50? That's right, Monster34. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I'm watching the sub 40 video, getting my new goal times, and gonna hit the lab again pretty soon.
doesn't mean we're
Probably off stream. We do have to shave off 10 minutes. Yeah.
Despite a single way can go wrong through the transit board battle into ourselves. What kind of more chapter? Crush your previous PB board battle into skip this cutscene, climb your way out, and prepare to crush
Sub 40 will be so hard. I heard it's easy.
your previous PB after one more chapter. Let's remind ourselves what kind of strat improvement. But that doesn't mean we're short of any difficult checkpoints in the rest of the any percent run. Well, yeah, going into reflection, start is going to be a breeze, and Lake doesn't have much going for it either. But now we're solidly in the end game. Reflection and Summit are major choke points due to their drawn out rooms that can kill lots of
Okay, does he not give a reflection time? Am I crazy?
time for us. And if we made it this far, we must be on some sort of PB pace, so skin is starting to get tingly. No worries, this is what this guide and practice are for. Time to get more of our fancy mechanics into these checkpoints. Let's start here in Hollows. After super and hyper out of the first room, down left dash in room and mix mass clean run and crusher in Temple, but time threshold. Especially if you can nail down a time of 6 minutes flat here in Temple.
He says reflection in 8 minutes.
Single way can go wrong and have a plan to prevent all of it.
Why don't you just start at 3,000 meters? You would beat it in like 2 minutes. I could try that next
That being
run.
said, 2 more wave crush your previous PB after 1 cutscene platform. With that being said, wrap it up with a hyper through the transition, a wave dash on the first platform, bunny
Wait, where does he say reflection in 8 minutes?
hop, and 2 more wave dashes into a downright toward Battlein to skip this cutscene, climb your way out, and prepare to crush your previous PB after 1 more.
Fastest way to win is to uninstall. That's what I'm always saying. I'm saying if you want to, like, the best way to win is to not play. It's war games.
Chapter. After
Wait, where does he say 8 minutes?
But that doesn't mean we're short of any difficult checkpoints, and the rest of the lake doesn't have much going for it either. But now we're solidly in the end game. Reflection and Summit are major choke points due to their drawn-out rooms that can kill lots of time for us. And if we made it this far, we must be on some sort of PB pace, so skin is starting to get tingly. No worries, this is what this guide and practice are for. Time to get more of our fancy mechanics into these checkpoints.
I'm so fucking confused.
Let's remind ourselves what kind of strat improvements.
Anybody can anyone confirm it's 8 minutes? I guess that makes sense. If everything is shaving off about 90 seconds per level, our previous one for sub 50 was 930. Please stop blinking. You are very making me uncomfort. Who's blinking? 8 seems to be reasonable. Yeah, resort's no joke. I'm gonna have to practice that. It's 8 minutes, 100%. Okay. Why didn't he say it though?
We're looking at here in Summit. Yup, those sure look like improvements. This is going to be a hard set of strats. Arguably, these strats will be able to carry you all the way down to sub 30 if you happen to nail them all in one go.
The max potential of these strats for chapter set is 817. By the way, GG on sub 50, your reaction was the happiest I've ever seen you. Yeah, bro. That's on achieving what you set your mind to. The major goals are the best ones. The spreadsheet I use gives 730 for sub 40 pace. Oh. It's on reflection on the description. I don't see it. Oh, it's linked. Let me pull up that spreadsheet again. I think we had it in the Discord. Somewheres at some point. I don't remember what day it was. I think Lipton shared it. Yeah, I think I found it. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know how to use the spreadsheet. Fuck. Any percent full game targets? Olive 3. Okay, Olive 3, maybe. I think I found it. These times are slightly different than what he gives. Oh, they add up to 3906. That's why it's probably slightly lower. Okay. I should probably save this spreadsheet. I'd make a copy and use it. I don't want to use a spreadsheet. Honestly, having to put stuff into a spreadsheet makes me sad. I feel like I can just like compare that alone. Like I've just been writing down goal times and then I look at my journal and I can just know. But yeah, I mean, I'll hold on to that.
Go. So just a that up. Hypers here to line us up.
What's the summit goal time?
Section where we start with 2 dashes, an up and a left dash, which will actually be an extended super.
You eventually have to clear files. I'm not worried about it.
From there, we'll wall bounce, right, up, and upright dash, then jump, up, and upright again.
Also, like I guess that makes sense for people who don't use live split. Live split holds on to all your golds.
It all comes down
I know some people only use like the in-game timer. I use live
to
split.
this last section. Jump, upright, right, up, right, upright, upright into the final quarter boost, a cutscene skip, and time called on the run. It's over.
He didn't say reflection time? Fuck, bro. I mean, I guess beggars can't be choosers, but what the fuck? Yeah, to each their own. Oh yeah, the goal time is 3906. I'll give myself a goal of... You said 1205 at the start? Fuck, man.
Yup, those sure look like improvements. This is going to be a hard set of strats. Arguably, these strats will be able to carry you all the way down to sub 30 if you happen to nail them all in one go. So just a warning. You don't have to implement
1205. Thank you.
all of these strats at once. My challenge to you here is to attempt these difficult rooms so that you can grasp how higher level movement feels, how faster input times wear on you, and figure out what kind of player you want to be. Hard strats refine your Celeste speedrunning knowledge and are tough to wrangle, but will reward you with better consistency down the line and more time to be saved, while simpler, safer strats will ease you into this knowledge.
All right, cool. Glad we did that. I'm tired. It's time to end the stream. We're already over 4 hours. I got my gold times. I'm going to start practicing. Tomorrow, we're going to do more Goldens. So if you want to see that, join us at the same time tomorrow. I'll jump back into 3A Golden, see where we're at. If you don't want to see that, we'll be doing more stuff in the future. Thanks to everyone for joining. Take care of yourselves. Good night, good noon, wherever you are. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out.